The Rules Committee will come to order. We are here today to discuss two bills, the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act and H.R. 1 for the People Act. Both bills touch at the core of who we are as a nation, as a people, and as a democracy. And as we revisit these issues, they take on a new context in light of the violence that took place at the Capitol on January 6th. This attack was based on a lie, a falsehood about our election system that ended up endangering the Capitol Police, lawmakers, and our democracy. During the insurrection, rioters breached the Capitol, pepper sprayed Capitol Police, and beat them with American flags. Unfortunately, while many of our Capitol Police officers were heroes and acted heroically that day, there were other off-duty officers that participated in the riot, and over 30 Capitol Police officers were under investigation for their actions during the riots. For bad cops, we must not have just a strong message of zero tolerance, but strong policies to weed them out. Policies such as a national misconduct registry and a system to decertify bad actors. These individuals cannot be allowed to undermine the hard work of good cops or the public trust in law enforcement. This brings me to the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act and the national conversation about policing that we need to have. When we took up the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act last June, I spoke about how George Floyd was far from the first unarmed Black man to die a violent death while in the custody of police, a murder that we cannot unsee. Sadly, he's also far from the last, as 645 Americans and counting since Mr. Floyd's tragic and violent death. Jaywalking. In the footage, two officers debated whether it was even worth stopping him at all. That's how insignificant the offense was that cost him his life. We cannot be blind to the fact that Black and brown people carry a separate burden in this country. It is a burden of never knowing if we or somebody we know, somebody we love, will be next. It is that reality that makes the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act not just important, but necessary. Among other things, the legislation prohibits racial, religious, and discriminatory profiling. It creates a national police misconduct registry to track officer misconduct, something I personally worked on to strengthen. And it improves training and practices to make sure officers are properly prepared for the situations that we ask them to address, and much more. We must acknowledge that we often ask a lot from our law enforcement. Too much, in my opinion, as they are not family or marriage therapists or housing experts. They are called to answer quality of life issues simply because they are open 24 hours, 7 days a week. This must also change. Far too often, law enforcement in this country is forced to go from crisis to crisis, call to call, without the resources they need to heal. Many of our own Capitol Police officers live through a terrible trauma, which they must bear with very little respite. For the sake of these police officers in our communities, we must continue to fight for mental health resources for law enforcement. It is our job as lawmakers to solve difficult problems like this. It is what our constituents elected us to do. They vest in us the power to right wrongs and bring about accountability when needed. And that power hinges on a healthy democracy. This brings me to a second necessary bill that we will discuss today, the For the People Act. The insurrection that happened on January 6th at the Capitol was predicated on the lie that our election was stolen. Of course, nothing could be further from the truth. On the contrary, by trying to overthrow the democratic process, these rioters were trying to silence the voices of voters, many of whom were people of color. And over the past 10 years, 25 states have enacted new significant restrictions on voting. And as bad actors spin baseless conspiracy theories about the 2020 election, their lies and misinformation are becoming the justification for even more voter suppression policies. So this bill does three things: to ensure that voters choose their leaders and not the other way around. First, it expands and safeguards the ability to vote by creating a nationwide automatic voter registration, prohibiting voter roll purges, ending partisan gerrymandering, and much more. Second, it addresses the corrosive impact of money in politics by upgrading ad disclosures, requiring large donor disclosures, and tightening the rules on super PACs. Lastly, it tackles corruption by strengthening ethics laws and our ability to enforce them, ensuring those entrusted with power by the people don't use it just to enrich themselves. These are incredibly important issues before us today. These bills are vital to ensuring public trust in our institutions of government. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting them. And with that, I look forward to a productive but respectful hearing. I now turn to Ranking Member Cole for any comments he wishes to make.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Today's hearing covers two items, both of which will be familiar to our returning members. I'd like to begin by discussing H.R. 1, which the majority is calling by the misnomer of the, quote, For the People Act, unquote. I said this bill's title is a misnomer because I do not believe this bill has anything to do with the American people. Rather, this is a bill that's about preserving the present Democratic majority. It is a bill by the majority, for the majority, and is intended to entrench the majority in power for years to come. At each turn, this bill is designed to rewrite the current rules of our elections in a way that benefits Democrats. It changes voting laws, election laws, and campaign finance laws. It imposes from Washington, D.C., a one-size-fits-all regulatory scheme on each state. And what's worse, it does this even though states have traditionally been allowed to generally run elections however they see fit. For example, a large portion of this bill is dedicated to changing our national system of campaign finance. In general, I think that's a worthy goal, but the way that the majority has chosen to approach this goal is totally misguided. It makes changes that will benefit Democrats, particularly a system that creates a new corporate-funded campaign ATM, ensuring that certain candidates will receive millions of dollars in federal taxpayer money just for running a campaign. We've seen this approach before. The Obama Department of Justice would reach settlement agreements which forced dollars to go to third-party groups who were not even a party to the violation. Department of Justice would immediately be able to implement this approach with this program too, to pour even more money into Democratic campaign coffers. My Democratic colleagues have bemoaned the massive amount of money that's been entering our campaign system over the past few decades. And yet they decide that the right approach is seeding it with even more money. The bill also seeks to impose a one-size-fits-all voter registration system on the states. This fails to respect the traditional rights and responsibilities of the states to manage their own elections. Similarly, the bill also seeks to impose a one-size-fits-all redistricting system on states. As a former election official in my home state of Oklahoma, I believe these changes are a recipe for potential chaos. To make matters worse, H.R. 1 also includes severe restrictions on free speech. It limits the rights and abilities of organizations, corporations, and individuals to freely exercise free speech. It is especially egregious that the bill seeks to restrict these rights during political campaigns, just as Americans are using their voices to elect officials of their choice to public office. Madam Chair, I think the majority needs to rethink what it's doing here. Cloaking a naked and brazen attempt to rig the national election system in one party's favor under the guise of needed reforms is simply disingenuous. Structuring our campaign finance system and imposing national voter registration and redistricting requirements from Washington are bad enough, but severe limitations on freedom of speech really take the cake. I urge the majority to reject this bill. Our second item for today is the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. As with H.R. 1, this bill will be familiar to our returning members as the House passed an identical version last summer. And like H.R. 1, the reforms contained in this measure are ultimately misguided and deeply partisan. The Justice and Policing Bill initially came about last summer following the tragic death of George Floyd and the resulting protests in which Americans across the country rightly condemned the horrific and unacceptable incident perpetrated by a law enforcement officer. The condemnation of that despicable act extended to members of the law enforcement community itself. Over the past year, I've spoken with many law enforcement officials in my district, and each of them have condemned forcefully both what happened to George Floyd and other similar incidents. That, of course, is because the overwhelming majority of law enforcement officers faithfully and bravely carry out their duties and responsibilities each day. Unfortunately, the death of George Floyd reminds us that abuses of power clearly exist and must be addressed. As we've grappled with that reality, it's rightly led to demands for real change related to how our law enforcement acts as they strive to keep our communities safe. Rather than move together to examine and legislate in a bipartisan manner, we're here considering the exact same bill that failed to gain any meaningful broad support in the 116th Congress, without any opportunity for the 11 new members of the Judiciary Committee to offer their best ideas. Unfortunately, despite supporting the need for police reform, I opposed this bill last year, and I certainly cannot support it today. Last time this committee met on this measure, I expressed my grave disappointment that Republican members on the Judiciary Committee were completely shut out of the legislative process, despite committee staff reaching out both prior to introduction and prior to markup, seeking to work together on needed reforms. Their good faith attempts were rejected on every occasion. This is despite the fact that Republicans agree that reforms are indeed necessary. The bill today is the same as the bill that passed the House last summer, indicating that Republicans have, once again, been shut out of the process. Recognizing the critical need for reform, my colleagues offered a package of reforms that are both meaningful and could gain significant bipartisan support. This reform package, the Justice Act, has been reintroduced in this Congress as well. And the House sponsor, Representative Pete Stauber, a former police officer, has offered it as an amendment before us today. I greatly look forward to his testimony and support the reforms in his amendment, including providing funding for body cameras for police officers nationwide, requiring de-escalation procedures, and banning chokeholds. I urge my Democratic colleagues to come to the table and let's find the common ground that I know exists, using the Justice in Policing and the Justice Act as a starting point to bring a bill to the full House that we can pass together with one strong voice. If the majority is committed to repassing H.R. 1280 in the same partisan form once again, then at the very least, let us consider other meaningful reforms, including the Stauber substitute amendment. If we can take away one common thread from today's bills, it's this: better results occur for the American people when we work together. When the majority chooses to go it alone, The result is legislation like we're considering today, partisan bills filled with provisions that do not reflect the best interest or the consensus of the country. I urge my colleagues to rethink both of these items, and I urge them to rethink their present path. So far, the story in this Congress has been one of unbridled partisanship. I hope the majority will choose a different course in the future and decide to work across the aisle with us in a bipartisan manner. We can produce meaningful.
I'd like to welcome our witnesses to provide testimony on HR 1 for the People Act of 2021. Chairperson Lofgren and Ranking Member Davis, we are delighted that you are here with us today. Without objection, any written materials you submit to rulesdocuments@mail.house.gov will, before the conclusion of this hearing, will be entered into the record. I recognize the gentlewoman from California, Chairperson Lofgren.
Well, thank you, Representative Torres and Ranking Member for the opportunity to testify this afternoon concerning HR 1 before the People Act of 2021. I respectfully ask that the Rules Committee report a structured rule to govern consideration of HR 1. HR 1 is a landmark package of pro-democracy, pro-voting policies that will advance our democracy's goal of open, responsive, and representative government. The 2020 election saw record voter turnout, with approximately 2/3 of eligible Americans casting a ballot, more than in any other election in 120 years. This despite the election taking place during a devastating and historic pandemic, and with the then president spreading falsehoods about the integrity of our elections and repeating false claims of non-existent fraud. The 2020 election also showed us that when barriers are removed and the voters are given options for when and how to cast their ballots, options that acknowledge how voters live and work in the 21st century, participation in our democratic process increases without sacrificing either security or integrity. In fact, the 2020 election was both secure and fair. The Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency and other election experts have said that the 2020 election was the most secure in American history. They also said, quote, "America, we have confidence in the security of your vote, and you should too." Despite no evidence of any irregularities or fraud in the 2020 election, states are now introducing suppressive voter legislation at an alarming rate. Bills that, if they were to become law, would almost certainly disenfranchise voters with the pretext of election integrity. According to a new report published by the Brennan Center for Justice last week, states have introduced, pre-filed, or carried over more than 250 bills this year with provisions to restrict voting access, well over 4 times the number of bills to restrict voting access as compared to roughly the same time last year. Many of these bills target the very election administration practices that allowed so many people access to the ballot in 2020. If enacted, these laws will make it harder for certain populations, especially communities of color, the elderly, and other underrepresented groups to vote. Last week, the House Administration Committee held a hearing on strengthening American democracy, examining ways to improve and strengthen access to the franchise, including HR 1. The committee heard testimony on how voters like options for how to cast their ballot, how these options lead to greater voter access, and the clear constitutional role Congress has in legislating around these elections. A substantially similar version of this bill passed the House in 2019 after hearings in 5 different House committees, a full committee process, a Rules Committee process, and a fulsome floor debate. In addition to the 5 committee hearings and 12 subcommittee hearings on elections held by the House Committee on Administration in the 116th Congress. This has been an open and inclusive process with many stakeholders at the table. Many of the proposals in HR 1 have been championed for years by our colleagues and have received bipartisan support. I'm pleased they're now moving forward to the full House for consideration. After the Supreme Court gutted core provisions in the Voting Rights Act in the Shelby County versus Holder case in 2013, States once covered by the Voting Rights Act started to enact barriers to voting reminiscent of the Jim Crow era. The Committee on House Administration's Subcommittee on Elections conducted 8 field hearings last Congress, gathering substantial evidence of the ongoing voter suppression across the United States, which culminated in a fulsome report documenting these barriers. Even before the Shelby decision, the Supreme Court's 2010 Citizens United decision further empowered wealthy special interests to exert outsized influence on our electoral system and government, and ushered in more than $1 billion in dark money from undisclosed sources, even though the court in that same decision affirmed the importance of disclosure by a vote of 8-1. In 2020, was no exception, with more than $750 million spent in undisclosed dark money. Indeed, that figure could be higher. In total, roughly $14 billion was spent during the last election, an unprecedented amount of money. H.R. 1 is critically important at this juncture in our history. The bill makes it easier and more convenient for all eligible Americans to vote, building upon many long-standing pro-democracy voting policies, as well as learning the lessons of the pandemic voting experience. It offers solutions to the dominance of big money in politics, and it assures that public officials work in the public interest. The bill will lower barriers to voting for all eligible Americans, save costs, and bolster the integrity of election administration. For example, it will modernize voter registration systems by implementing online voter registration, automatic voter registration, and same-day voter registration, ensuring that all voters have multiple opportunities and avenues through which to register to vote and ensure that their voter information is up to date. These practices help voters and election administrators alike and expand access to the franchise, while at the same time ensuring that registration lists are accurate and up to date. Automatic voter registration alone may bring up to 50 million new eligible voters onto the rolls. H.R. 1 ensures every voter has access to at least 15 days of early voting, because no voter should have to choose between going to work, caring for a dependent, or casting a ballot. The bill establishes a nationwide standard of no excuse absentee voting, sets minimum standards for the availability of drop boxes, and makes improvements to ballot access for voters with disabilities, as well as Native American voters and our overseas and military voters. H.R. 1 will require states to use voter-verified paper ballots. This is a common sense safeguard to cybersecurity threats, especially after the 2016 election showed vulnerabilities in our system. The bill also requires risk-limiting audits, a best practice that will serve to bolster trust in election results. H.R. 1 will reform the redistricting process to ensure fairness, guard against partisanship, and respect communities of interest, ensuring that voters choose their elected officials instead of elected officials choosing the voters. The legislation will shine a light on dark, undisclosed money that influences campaigns and protect everyone's right to know who is influencing their vote and their views. It provides an alternative, voluntary system for candidates to finance their campaigns by empowering small dollar donors, all without any appropriated funds. This will reduce candidates' reliance on wealthy special interests and open the political process to more people. H.R. 1 will also strengthen ethical standards for Congress and the executive branch, boosting confidence in self-government. The myths and disinformation spread in the lead up to and following the 2020 general election, as well as the horrifying events of January 6th, showed us all that while democracy is resilient, it is fragile, and it requires our continual work to ensure that it lives up to its promise. This Congress must do its part to protect the right to vote, live up to our democratic principles, and ensure each and every American has free and fair access to the ballot. H.R. 1 is a major, comprehensive step forward, and I look forward to its consideration by our colleagues. Thank you, representatives, and I look forward to your questions. I yield back.
Thank you, Chairwoman Loughran. I will now recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Ranking Member Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to my colleague, Ms. Lofgren, for joining me here once again. It seems like last year. I'd rather have you next to me at the table like we were last year, but glad to be debating this issue again. H.R. 1 is a bill that would impact every American's right to vote and to participate in the political process. This 791-page bill would impose hundreds of unworkable, unconstitutional election mandates onto states. It would attack the First Amendment and also publicly fund congressional campaigns using corporate dollars. This bill is not for the people. This bill is for the politicians. It's opposed by 16 secretaries of state, 9 former FEC commissioners, the National Disability Rights Network, the Institute of Free Speech, and more than 130 other nonprofit organizations. My understanding is the ACLU opposed this bill last Congress and is expected to oppose it again this time. The Republican members of the Committee on House Administration, we've submitted a total of 25 amendments here today. We've submitted these amendments because the majority decided not to go through regular order and deny the minority and many Americans a voice once again in this legislation. Not only did this bill not go through a markup, but our committee only held one hearing on this nearly 800-page bill. The hearing was 4 days ago. And during the hearing, the minority's witness was the only person on the panel who has actually administered an election. He testified that H.R. 1 would not only be difficult for many states to implement, but it would undermine many policies states are putting in place to improve the election process and the process that's unique, that meets the unique needs of their voters. In 2020, we actually saw H.R. 1 play out. States that were not accustomed to vote by mail struggled to implement it. This led to chaos in elections throughout the country and weakened voter confidence in the entire election process. This is a real threat to democracy. Hundreds of thousands of people were unintentionally disenfranchised. Many ballot integrity safeguards were abandoned, and election results took weeks and sometimes months to determine. H.R. 1 makes pandemic-style voting permanent. We're submitting amendments today to prevent what we saw in states like New York, California, Pennsylvania, Maryland, and others in 2020 from being the one-size-fits-all law of the land. In our system, diverse states with unique needs implement election law and administer elections, and we should not be in the business of nationalizing elections, let alone setting bad elections policy. We've submitted amendments to remove mandates like legalizing ballot harvesting, requiring vote by mail, same-day registration, possible early voting requirements, preventing state voter protection efforts, and others. I hope the committee will rule these amendments in order and not deny the minority any role in this bill. If this bill were to become law, it would be the largest expansion of the federal government's role in elections that we've ever seen before. Nationalizing elections goes against Article 1, Section 4 of the Constitution, which gives states the power to make election law and to administer elections, which includes developing and controlling their own registration and voting practices. Not only does this bill violate Article 1, Section 4, but it infringes upon the First Amendment. H.R. 1 imposes heavy-handed rules intended to severely restrict free speech. The bill would impose vague standards that disadvantage all groups who wish to advocate on behalf of any legislative issue, specifically requiring them to disclose the names of donors who donate above a certain threshold. It weaponizes the IRS by permitting the agency to investigate and consider the political and policy persuasions of organizations before granting tax-exempt status, taking us back to the ill-fated Lois Lerner years. The Federal Election Commission will now be partisan. H.R. 1 alters the current bipartisan makeup of the 6-member commission to a partisan 5-member commission and also establishes a speech czar, limiting free speech and creating a partisan commission with partisan enforcement priorities. And after the bill attacks Americans' free speech, it creates a public fund to directly contribute to congressional campaigns. H.R. 1 would launder corporate dollars through the Treasury and use those dollars to publicly fund congressional campaigns. Based on 2020 numbers, That creates access to more than $7 million in public funds to bolster my colleagues' campaign coffers by providing a 6-to-1 funding match to small donations. I know when I speak with my constituents back home, establishing a program that helps me acquire more money from my campaign is not what they think the federal government should be working on. We've submitted amendments to not only strike this program and prevent all sitting members of Congress from financially benefiting, but also require any increase in corporate fines to be used to help with the pandemic relief. We believe helping our country through this pandemic is a better use of this money than lining our own campaign coffers. I hope my colleagues will agree and rule these amendments in order. Again, we're offering these 25 amendments because Republicans have been shut out of the process, and we believe this bill would have a negative impact on the American people's ability to vote and to participate in our political process. H.R. 1 includes election administration mandates that will be impossible for many states to implement, places restrictions on America's First Amendment right, guaranteeing freedom of speech. It creates a public financing program to line the campaign coffers of all members of Congress and makes pandemic election law changes permanent. As it's currently written, this bill is not for the American people. It's for the benefit of the politicians. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your comments, Ranking Member Davis. Disclosure requirements have been proven to not discourage political speech, by the way, but rather expand the public's political knowledge. So with that, I will now turn to Mr. Cole for any questions that he may have.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Chair Lofgren, you mentioned in your testimony that you'd had a hearing that dealt in part with H.R. 1. Did you happen to have a markup on the legislation as well?
No, as mentioned, I think in my opening statement, we did not. We followed the rule that the Rules Committee adopted and the House adopted that allows bills that passed last year to be considered this year without an additional markup. We thought, however, that having an additional hearing, even though not required, would be a good thing. And I thought it was a very successful hearing last week. H.R. 1 isn't new. It's a substantially similar version of the bill passed the House in 2019, as I said, after 5 different House committee hearings and a full committee markup process, as well as the Rules Committee, and as well as several other component parts in H.R. 1, including the SAFE Act and the SHIELD Act and the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Act that were separately considered by the House. So there has been substantial scrutiny, and as I mentioned, we're simply following the rules as adopted by the House that do not require an additional markup for bills that are substantially similar to those passed by the House in the last Congress.
No, just for the record, so you know, that was not a rule I supported. You referred the bill to 11 other subcommittees. Do you know if any of them had a markup on the legislation?
I don't believe the House Administration Committee has the primary jurisdiction over this bill. There are some other committees with pieces of it, for example, Homeland on the security piece and Judiciary on the Voting Rights Act and the like. But I believe that all of the committees followed the rule that I've just discussed, which allows the bill to proceed without additional markups since it passed in the last Congress in substantially the same form.
Let me turn to you, Ranking Member Davis. Do you agree with that assessment? Do you think there was no need for a markup in this legislation?
Thank you, Ranking Member Cole. No, absolutely, there is a need for a markup of this legislation. While it seems like Groundhog Day that we're going through these failed policies once again, just like we did last year, just like this bill originally in the last Congress was written in the dark of night with the help of outside groups, dark money groups, under the guise of making good election reforms. That's not how we should put legislation forth in this country like they did in January of 2020. 2019. And we saw every single Democratic colleague of ours actually co-sponsor that legislation before it was even released. They didn't even read the bill. However, Ms. Lofgren is right. Chairperson Lofgren is right. They don't have to go through a markup because they're in the majority. But this bill is not the exact same failure that it was last year. They've actually doubled down and put hundreds of more pages into this legislation that would continue to take away our free speech rights and also nationalize the election process. As a matter of fact, just now, Chairperson Lofgren and the majority just put forth another 76-page manager's amendment. So this is not an open process. This is a process where Democrats are going to continue to push through 800+ page bills now with the manager's amendment, actually almost 900 pages, all under the guise of trying to game the system to allow Democrats to keep the majority and to really line their own campaign coffers with the first ever corporate money since 1907.
Mr. Cole, if I may, I think, Mr. Davis has introduced quite a number of amendments, as he has every right to do. And we have also suggested an amendment, as we have every right to do, and the Rules Committee, in its wisdom, will choose which to advance. I would just like to note that this bill had a markup last year, had a hearing last year, had a robust debate on the floor. Compared to when Republicans were in the majority, their own bill, HR 1, there was not a single hearing or markup. The entire thing was done behind closed doors and was not made public until days before the committee markup. And the effort to repeal Obamacare, there was no hearing on the matter, no CBO score. So I think to criticize this when we did have a robust process last year is a bit disingenuous, but I don't want to quibble.
Let me go back to Mr. Davis. It's my understanding about 30% of the text of this is new. So none of that 30% has ever been subject to a markup. Is that correct?
That is correct. And that does not count the manager's amendment that was just released today. And look, I respect my good friend, Chairperson Lofgren. We work together on a lot of issues. This is one issue that we have some fundamental disagreements on, but she knows that the majority actually runs the Rules Committee. So let's not feign ignorance that this isn't going to pass and be added to the number of pages that we have yet to have a say in. Our amendments are amendments that we are forced to do that we could have done during a committee markup, Mr. Ranking Member, but unfortunately we didn't get the chance.
Thank you. Chair Lofgren, I want to turn to section 5111, which is this newly created government matching program for small donor contributions. The section creates a 6-to-1 government match for any small donor contributions of $200 or less to a congressional or presidential campaign, meaning that literally every $200 or less contribution or a $200 contribution could be matched by $1,200 from the federal government. It seems to me one of the concerns that I hear a lot is that there's too much money in campaigns already. And, why are you adding more? I mean, frankly, I don't know a single campaign in the country that was underfunded in the last congressional cycle. At least none of the significant campaigns were. Both sides seem to have more than enough resources. So why the need to tap into federal money, a 6-to-1 match, and add even more millions and millions of dollars into the system?
Well, if I can, this is actually Representative Sarbanes' bill that was introduced in prior Congresses, and I think he's going to be a witness later. He may want to talk more fulsomely about the program, but the intent of it is to advance public interest, not special interests. Right now, big donors and wealthy special interests fund most campaigns. Even if not funding everyone's campaign directly, they're funding big super PACs, dark money groups This pilot program would give political power to ordinary Americans and boost their influence and their voice in elections. The idea is to allow individual Americans to influence their candidates of choice through small donations that previously seemed inconsequential. But with this pilot program, those small donations would become very consequential because they would be matched. And so this would incentivize candidates to be listening to Main Street and not Wall Street. There are some similar programs across the country, and what we've seen is that they help increase candidate diversity so that more people can run for office and represent their communities. For example, in Connecticut, public financing helped far more diverse candidates win state office, and in Arizona, the number of Native American and Hispanic candidates nearly tripled after public financing was implemented. Candidates need to raise at least $50,000 from 1,000 small donors at $200 or less. And then there's a strict cap on the total amount. 50% of the average amount of the top 20 most expensive winning candidates from the prior election cycle. And in 2018, that would roughly equal $4.5 million per candidate. Now, everyone agrees that these matching funds that make this program actually work should not be funded by taxpayers. And so that's why we have made it clear that this whole pilot is funded by an additional fine on corporate wrongdoers. And the program only exists so far as the funding exists. If there, we'd be happy, I guess, if there were less corporate wrongdoers. If that should occur, the funding would fall short, and then the program would not be fully implemented because it's completely funded by that source of funding. So we think it's worth this experiment, and all payments to candidates are subject, as I say, to mandatory reduction if there's insufficient amount in the fund.
I appreciate that. You and I just simply disagree. It's still money out of the federal treasury, and that to me is the main point. And frankly, we have enormously successful groups, Act Blue and Win Red, the two sides that do exactly what you want to do. That is try and take small donors and move them around the country. Those seem to have succeeded really admirably, I think, beyond what anybody believed they would. So,
well, Act Blue, and I can't
as a solution looking for a problem.
Act Blue is actually just a conduit, and I believe, although I don't believe I'm an expert on it, but I think the Win Red group that was established by Republican supporters mirrors Act Blue. You'll correct me if I'm incorrect. It's just a conduit, and it is fully reported. It doesn't enhance.
Yeah, no, I'm not objecting to it. I mean, they all, but they injected millions of additional dollars on both sides. Again, I'm not being critical of the concept either way, but this idea that there's somehow a shortage of small dollar donors strikes me as, I mean, these two organizations seem to have addressed that pretty successfully. Let me ask you an additional question. Is there anything that would prevent somebody from giving a wealthy donor from giving $200 to every single campaign that they chose to do it, and then having their very substantial contribution, because they will have done it to maybe hundreds of candidates, then multiplied by using taxpayer dollars to the tune of a $1,200 match for a $200 contribution?
Well, there is existing provisions, as you know, to require disclosure. And non-participating candidates, the existing disclosure rules would apply, which means that contributions that total less than $200 would not be disclosed. It's not possible that every candidate in either party or both parties could participate in this program, because there's not going to be enough money to allow every member of Congress to participate in the pilot. So
That's not exactly the
Chairman-
question. I mean, the reality is if you got one rich guy that'll write a lot of $200 checks, as opposed to one small donor that maybe writes one or two $200 checks, isn't that going to be matched by
No.
$1,200? And if, with all due respect, if you think those programs won't exist, they will. I can assure you, each party will go find major donors that are willing to write, you know, $100,000 worth of $200 checks or $50,000 worth of $200 checks, and then have them matched by federal dollars. Do you have any
Well,
concern about that?
I don't. Candidates need to raise at least $50,000 from 1,000 small donors at $200 or less. I will say that because it's a pilot and there's a limit on the amount of money, only a few members, I mean, I don't know that it would depend on, the number would depend on the dollars spent in the prior Congress, and this pilot does not go into effect immediately. But the scenario you outlined has not in fact been the experience where this has been tried. So I guess.
I can assure you it will be the experience. Let me turn to Mr. Davis. You've listened to the dialogue and get your thoughts on the workability of this and the potential for abuse.
Well, I really appreciate being able to respond to this, Mr. Ranking Member. The bill introduced by our colleague, Mr. Sarbanes, that puts this provision forward was a disaster when it was a standalone bill. It was a disaster during the last Congress when they tried to use taxpayer dollars to create it, but then were called out during our markup process during the last Congress of HR 1, and they changed it to the first ever corporate dollars being laundered through the federal government to go directly into congressional campaigns. That's something that we even dove down further. Now, keep in mind, Chair Lofgren says that they may not have enough money in corporate funds. Well, Mr. Ranking Member, you and I both know Congress sets the authorized level of fines for people who are breaking federal law. So every chairman in a committee is going to be incentivized to raise the fine level to then be able to put money into their own campaigns. And mind you, corporations that break the law and right now fund things like the Crime Victims Assistance Fund with these fines that now would be taken away to line members of Congress's own personal campaign coffers.
It's not correct.
Those things are going to, those dollars now are going to go into this Freedom from Influence Fund. So Congress sets the level of these fines. So when Chair Lofgren says, we just may not have enough money to get to the limit that she mentioned was $4 million based upon 2018 numbers, well, I got to break it to you. I got the list now of the top 20 in 2020. 11 Democrats, 9 Republicans. But the limit that every member of Congress could then put into their own campaigns based on the 50% of the average would be $7.2 million. That is something that the American people are not asking for. They don't want more money in politics. And that's exactly what this provision does. I will say it again, and I've said it for years. My constituents do not want to have me be able to line my own campaign coffers with corporate dollars, tax dollars, publicly funded dollars, whatever they want to call it, through this laundering system that they've come up with, and enrich my campaign or your campaigns even more. And anybody who votes for this bill votes to put more money, capped out now at $7.2 million, into their own personal campaign coffers. It's wrong. We can change it by accepting one of my amendments to strike this language out. And it's one that we're going to continue to talk about as long as the majority continues to lie to the American people about what this is.
Let me, Ranking Member Davis, move to a different area. You actually mentioned in your testimony, and that's the changing of the ballots on the Federal Election Commission from 3 to 3, which keeps it bipartisan, to 3 to 2, with no guarantee of a chairman and vice chairman of different parties. And this idea you talked about of empowering a free speech czar, could you explain that? And what the dangers of partisanizing the Federal Election Commission might be?
Absolutely. This is something that I think every member of Congress, Republican or Democrat, should be concerned about. I don't care for Republicans in the White House. I opposed it when this was brought up in the last Congress under a Republican president, and I'll oppose it again. We've had numerous former FEC commissioners write to us and talk to us about how they solve problems. Now, the FEC has been deadlocked, so much so that we have the chair who's actually about to finish a 20-year career and has not been confirmed for decades into her spot. That needs to change. That can change at the executive branch level. Let's get nominees from both parties to fill the seats so that the FEC can do their job. But to actually add a member to make it partisan would turn the FEC into a partisan organization. And right now, once fully equipped as well, now that's on. I certainly hope that President Biden can nominate FEC commissioners to keep it balanced so that when a decision is made to offer punishment or offer any advice to members of Congress running campaigns or anybody filing under the FEC, that it's bipartisan agreement for punishments rather than just another partisan commission that the American people are sick and tired of here in Washington, D.C.
Mr. Cole?
Yes, ma'am.
I just have to say that the FEC is completely dysfunctional at this point. I mean, they've deadlocked on votes. They're even numbered, and they deadlock, and there's increasing deadlocks. They couldn't even agree to hire a permanent general counsel for more than 7 years. So what we're suggesting is to change it from a 6-person commission to a 5-person commission. And contrary to the ranking member's suggestion, we don't want a partisan takeover of the FEC. So the provision mandates that no more than 2 of the 5 commissioners can be from the same political party. No one party could take over the commission. It also sets up a blue ribbon panel to help name nominees to the commission, so the nomination process will be more transparent. We can't go on without a referee. We've set up all these rules that are supposed to be enforced, and they're never enforced because the commission can't act. Ann Rabel, who was a member of the commission, who's someone I've known probably for 35 years. She got her start as in the county counsel's office when I was on the board of supervisors in Santa Clara County, and she ended up on the FEC as chair. And this is what she said: "It's worse than dysfunctional. It's the likelihood of the laws being enforced is slim." And she published a report in 2017 showing that there's an increase in deadlock votes in the last decade. We just can't let this go on. And I think that, Mr. Cole, thank you for letting me give my pitch on this.
Of course, Madam Chair, absolutely. Although I would just say, I'd rather have a deadlock commission that was partisanized, and skeptical that either party, given the opportunity to effectively have 3 members, whether it has a partisan label on it or not, are not going to try and tilt that to their advantage. They will. And I think you'll get a succession of 3-2 votes that will sometimes favor Republicans and sometimes favor Democrats, just depending on who happens to have the ability to pack the commission. Let me move to a different area, Chair Lofgren. And I know you're aware in 2013, the IRS actually revealed that it selected primarily conservative organizations for intensive scrutiny based on their names and political positions. This led to not only years of investigations, but even a settlement by the Justice Department with more than 400 conservative nonprofits in 2017. In reaction to this, the Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Bill has carried a provision which would prevent the IRS from implementing new standards that would allow for the targeting of conservative groups yet again. This provision was just recently renewed, actually, in the omnibus spending bill last December, but this bill actually repeals that provision. Something happened that makes you think the IRS is going to act more appropriately than it did the last time it could use its power in a politically discriminatory way?
Well, I'm not sure that's correct, Mr. Cole, but obviously the IRS and no other agency of the federal government should single out groups for enforcement based on their political views. That's un-American and should never occur. I don't think this changes that. And if you would like to draw my attention to a provision that you think does accomplish that, I'd be happy to review it after the hearing.
Please look at section 4501, because we think that's what it does do. And of course, you're exactly right. Nobody would want this to happen, but the fact is it did. That's why the Justice Department had to settle with 400 different groups that it had discriminated against. Let me go to Ranking Member Davis. Do you have any concerns that repeal of this provision would have a chilling effect on free speech?
Absolutely, I do. We all saw what happened with Lois Lerner during the Obama administration when you put a political hack in charge of determining who's going to be granted tax exempt status. They used the politics and the political persuasions of groups to deny tax exempt status. It was wrong then, it's wrong now. But this goes back to the problem that I see with this entire bill, Mr. Ranking Member, that this is another attempt hidden in now almost 900 pages of legislation. It's just attempt after attempt to weaken our ability to stay nonpartisan. We go back to the FEC. The problem isn't that we ought to actually make the commission a partisan commission. We all ought to band together and ask the executive branch to nominate members. I mean, the current chair is a regular TV talk show guest, and she did all she could during the last administration to show how partisan she was against President Trump. Now, that's not what I want to lead a now unbalanced FEC. But when you look at the IRS, this is a problem. Look, I'm from Illinois, and I always said, unfortunately, a lot of things in Illinois should not be exported to Washington, D.C. But Lois Lerner's behavior, weaponizing the bureaucracy because you have a political agenda against free speech, is wrong. Free speech is free speech. I don't like everything that the other side says. And trust me, did I like the millions of dollars that were spent in dark money saying bad things about me during my last 4 out of 5 campaigns that I've run in my 50-50 district? No. But I speak from experience, and I can say that free speech matters. And when we have hundreds of pages of legislation with, and I certainly hope Chairperson Lofgren takes a look at that section, and maybe we can work together and amend this so that the Lois Lerner rule is not abolished, because we should be working together to ensure that no one, regardless of what party's in the executive branch, should ever put a political litmus test on free speech, let alone tax exempt status.
Well, thank both of you for your fulsome responses. Madam Chair, thank you for your generosity with the time. I think you can see we obviously have serious concerns about the legislation. I doubt there's going to be any significant Republican support for it if it stays in its current form. But again, thank you for your generosity with the time, and I yield back.
Well, I appreciate the comments and opinions of the ranking member. I must say that, personally, I disagree with much of what was stated. As it relates to a pilot program, we had a very, very extensive debate around that issue. It is a pilot program. It is a volunteer system to donate into it should you wish to participate. And currently, I think as flawed as the Federal Election Commission is, there is a system in place to ensure that politicians or candidates for elected office do not enrich themselves or use political campaign money for their own personal needs and wants. I will offer as an example a former colleague of ours whose name should not be publicly disclosed at this time because all of you know who I'm talking about. But he and his wife found themselves in a prison cell as a result of misuse of campaign funds, including utilizing it to pay for hotel rooms to host his mistress. I'd like to move on though. And for the record, I would like to, without objection, I'd like to insert into the record the statement of administration policy on HR 1 and HR 1280. And moving on to our committee hearing, I will now call on Mr. Perlmutter for any statement or questions that he may have.
Thanks, Madam Chair. First thing is, I've got to say, I've heard the word fulsome 3 times today in this hearing, and I don't think I've heard the word fulsome in 5 years. So I just want to compliment those of you who've used that word, and thank you for that. Second, I'm a sponsor of both bills. So obviously I support both bills, HR 1 and George Floyd Justice in Policing. And with respect to HR 1 for the people, maybe unlike Mr. Davis doesn't want to export things from Illinois to the rest of the country, but I think we're prepared and we think Colorado has a fantastic election system, one that was really put into place by a couple of Republican secretaries of state. We have all mail-in balloting. We have, my guess is that this year we will have the highest percentage of voters of anywhere in the country. In the 2018 election, we were second to Minnesota. In the 2016 election, we were second to Oregon. And people in the state of Colorado take voting very seriously. They exercise their right. And we found our voting system to work very well for Democrats, Republicans, unaffiliated, libertarians, green, you name it. And we would like to see that system anywhere that wants to use it in the country, because we think it really does empower Americans to exercise their key right to vote. Which brings me kind of to my last point. And I want to thank Mr. Davis, just looking at some things here. I mean, you made a point you don't want to nationalize elections, that you'd rather see it state by state. And I want to compliment you in that you didn't sign on to the amicus brief. You didn't vote to decertify Arizona. You didn't vote to decertify the Pennsylvania election. But the majority of the Republican Party in the House of Representatives did just that, saying we didn't like how Pennsylvania conducted their election. We didn't like how Arizona conducted its election. You want to talk about nationalizing a process and objecting to a particular state in the way they've conducted their affairs? So I just say to my friends, and I can't say it about you, Mr. Davis, but I would say to others in your party, don't get on the high horse and object to nationalizing elections when the big lie promulgated by Donald Trump and his henchmen was perpetuated by the votes to decertify Pennsylvania's election and Arizona's election. So with that, I'll yield back to the chair.
Thank you for yielding back. I will now recognize Ms. Reschenthaler.
Thanks, Chairperson. Doris, no, it's okay. Things are very fluid in today's society. I understand. Chairman,
Someone
ranking
who
member,
was often referred to Mr. Torres and then referred to as Norma. I deeply apologize to you.
Chair, I'm making light of the situation. It's all good. No offense taken. Ranking member Davis, I just wanted to go back to the First Amendment. I know we were talking about First Amendment implications with the FEC, but I think it's broader than that. Could you expand on First Amendment implications of HR 1, please?
Thank you, my colleague, and let the record show at this time, it wasn't me hazing you, Mr. Reschenthaler. It was the chair of the committee. Sometimes I think the people that see these hearings on TV need to actually realize we can laugh at each other and laugh with each other. And I'm actually, if I could go back to something that Mr. Perlmutter said, I noticed that he did not mention that my Raiders beat his Broncos twice this year. Would like for him to admit that on TV and let me know which team was the
Point of order, Madam Chair, not germane to the conversation.
Well, hey, look, I appreciate the opinions of everybody on this panel. We are going to agree on a lot of issues. We're going to disagree on a lot of issues. But I do know that what works in Colorado is working because the Colorado state officials and local officials took the years necessary to implement a system that allowed them to succeed in the way that Mr. Perlmutter believes that all others should succeed. But they got to choose that. And they are the ones who were able to put this system in place because the federal government wasn't telling them how to do it, what to do to implement their system. And I would argue that states like Oregon, Washington, and Colorado that have all vote by mail programs, that their programs that as they currently exist could be hindered by the implementation of HR 1. But free speech is free speech. And I know that we need to make sure that we do everything in our power to not weaponize the bureaucracy like the IRS or any other portion of the federal government to limit free speech. We may not like what someone says about us or about our policies that we support, but frankly, I don't like a lot of the things that people say about our view on HR 1. But that's okay. This is part of the deliberative legislative process. And I'm afraid that when you implement a speech czar at the FEC, that unfortunately there's going to be partisan litmus tests put in place. And that's something that we have to guard against. And we have to make sure that we never see the IRS weaponized against organizations just simply for the policies that they espouse.
Thank you, Ranking Member Davis. And also, just to shift gears here, what about election security? Do you think HR 1 would make us more or less susceptible to foreign interference in our elections?
Much more susceptible with the nationalizing of ballot harvesting, a process that's already been ripe with fraud. Remember, in the last Congress, we did not seat an elected Republican member of Congress because the ballot harvesting, because a process that was illegal in North Carolina was used. That process that this gentleman, a Republican operative, used in North Carolina would have been completely legal in California. We introduced a motion to recommit during the last Congress that would have made sure that no foreign interference could have taken place when it comes to ballot harvesting. And the majority at the time voted against that motion to recommit. Can you imagine if our foreign adversaries knew that all they needed to do was go knock on doors to get ballots of their choice to influence our election? That's something that we have to be concerned about. And when you nationalize the process like HR 1 does, we run the risk of creating a nationalized election process. I believe, and from talking to election administrators across this great country, that our decentralized process, that our Constitution actually puts forth for this nation is a much safer process. We want to make sure that elections are the safest, most secure. And we've invested together in a bipartisan way over the last few years, hundreds of millions of dollars in making sure that we partner with our states and localities to guard against cybersecurity intrusions. It's working. It's working well. We need to continue to invest in those measures. But at the same time, let's not weaponize by nationalizing the election process those adversaries who want to disrupt our elections.
Thank you, Ranking Member Davis. I appreciate it. With that, I would yield back to the chair.
Thank you. I will now recognize Mr. Raskin.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. Thanks to Chair Lofgren and Ranking Member Davis for their presentations here. I fear that we've gotten lost away in the trees and the weeds, and we're not looking at the forest of what HR 1 is about. This is the most important pro-democracy legislation in American history since the Voting Rights Act of 1965, as I read it. And I want to go through what some of the actual provisions really are, including universal automatic voter registration, so that all citizens get registered to vote and get to participate, because we should get much closer to those Western democracies where 100% of the people are participating rather than down around 50%. And so universal voter registration, same-day voter registration, restoration of voting rights to former prisoners is in there. The vast majority of states have already adopted it, but I think 6 or 7 states still disenfranchise people permanently if they've gone to jail or prison, even though they've gotten out and they've had every other right restored to them, but they keep denying them the right to vote. And we know that there's been a very big struggle in Florida about this. This would restore the voting rights of former prisoners. The legislation requires the use of voter verified permanent paper ballots, which is something of concern to people all over the country with the introduction of computer scanning ballot machines. It also mandates, and this is one of the major features of the legislation to my mind, it mandates the use of independent redistricting commissions for congressional redistricting to get away from the gerrymandering, which is destroying the democratic choice of voters. But right now, in lots of states, the politicians choose the voters before the voters choose the politicians. And when we debated this last time, I remember my friend Mr. Davis and I went back and forth on this, where he was saying, well, he doesn't want unelected experts drawing congressional districts. In other words, it seems like our friends in the GOP are favoring politicians drawing their own districts. And if I got you wrong, Mr. Davis, please correct me. Why would anybody be against independent, nonpartisan redistricting panels as opposed to allowing whatever party happens to be in control to draw the districts and thereby gerrymander the outcomes in congressional races? This legislation, HR 1, will abolish gerrymandering in federal congressional elections.
Would the gentleman
heard anything about that, but this is an essential feature of it.
Jamie?
I'm sorry?
Jamie? Hey,
I'm happy to yield.
you might have me mistaken with somebody else. Last time I said, being from Illinois, I actually like this provision because Illinois is one of the states that's most guilty of gerrymandering. So I think you might have me confused with somebody else.
Well, then I'm delighted to hear that. I must have confused you with another member of the House Administration Committee who was taking a very strong position that unelected people shouldn't be drawing districts. I'll go back and figure out who that was, but I stand corrected, Mr. Davis, and I'm thrilled to know that you support this provision, because to my mind, it's one of the central features of HR 1 that it will get rid of congressional gerrymandering, which is so frustrating to people around the country. Politicians should not be drawing their own districts. And I think we all should be able to agree on a bipartisan, multi-partisan, transpartisan, nonpartisan basis that it's not fair to have people predetermining who their own voters are going to be. So this also strengthens provisions related to the military people serving overseas and other overseas voters by requiring that they be sent absentee ballots 45 days before an election. And as well, the campaign finance provisions. For the life of me, I don't understand somebody can explain to me this argument about the free speech czar, but essentially there are successful experiments around the country of trying to get big private money out of our elections. It's all a question of who is going to be exercising influence over our legislative bodies and over our legislators. And if what we say is that people with big money are going to be able to call the shots, then we know we get something much more like plutocracy than democracy. So these matching fund systems say you go out and you get a bunch of small donors to contribute small amounts of money. And then once you've demonstrated your seriousness as a candidate, at that point, we make a public investment. That's where we get, all of the rhetoric about, the federal government giving money to politicians. The question is, who do you want to own the political agenda? Do you want big private donors who put the money in? Or do you want to say we'll have a matching system where the public will take over and then we can oust the big money, the big money puppeteers from our politics? So I think that these systems, I've seen them in Maine, in Arizona, in New York City. We've got one in Montgomery County, Maryland. These systems are working to liberate politicians from having to essentially do the bidding of the biggest donors. And if there are ways to make elections cheaper, I'm all for that, Mr. Davis. I'm with you on it. But let's not say, that, well, elections are too expensive now, and this will just make them more expensive. The question is, who's paying for the campaigns, and who are the politicians beholden to? I think that becomes the critical question. So, there may be things that should be adjusted, but I can't, for the life of me, understand why anybody would oppose this comprehensive pro-democracy, pro-voting rights package. And but let me start with you, Mr. Davis, because you raised the point about a free speech czar, and you're speaking to somebody who's actually gotten the annual award of the ACLU for standing up for free speech. Okay, and I would put my record up against anybody in Congress, and maybe there's people who can beat me as a free speech advocate, but I am a big champion of free speech. So if you could tell me what that's all about, then you caught my attention, Mr. Davis.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you got the award from the ACLU. You might not get it this year for your support of HR 1 last time. I expect them to oppose this bill once again, but the speech czar is referenced in section 6003 of your bill. I would urge you to take a look at those provisions. But also,
It's called the speech czar?
It's basically what it creates. You can call it what you want, but it.
Okay, well, the reason I guess the reason I didn't notice it wasn't called the speech czar. So what are you?
It doesn't matter what something's called. If that's the end result, that's what you have. And as a matter of fact, as we look at the independent redistricting commissions, you go back to the same problem that we have in this entire bill. It's DC Democrats in the majority that will set the agenda and set the policies. Look, I'm for independent redistricting commissions in states like Illinois, but what's going to work? Are we going to have Washington, D.C. and the majority Democrats in Congress be the ones to set these policies? Because you mentioned, Mr. Raskin, that the 6-to-1 match program is something that would take the control of money out of the hands of people here in America. But what you don't mention, sir, is that it will then be in the hands of everyone in this institution, because it's Congress that continues to set the levels of these corporate fines that this bill puts in place, that gets laundered through a process, through the taxpayers and into congressional campaigns. At the same time, that money is not going to be reduced. It's going to add to the ever increased political spending that we see. If you look at just what Chairperson Lofgren mentioned from 2018 to 2020, the eligible amount that a candidate, that all of us on this call could have gotten put into our campaign coffers, if you meet a threshold that many of us in targeted races have already met, we could have put over $4 million directly into our campaigns in the last Congress. But because of the exponential rise in the ability of small dollar donors to participate freely in our election process, That new cap was raised in 2020 to $7.2 million. Don't think that that's not going to continue to go up. And it's
All
going to
right.
create a
Well, wait,
beast
Mr. Davis,
that is going to be
forgive me.
self-regulated and self-funded by Congress every time a committee and a law is passed to raise corporate fines. This would be the first ever corporate money going directly into our campaigns since 1907.
Well, wait, that's
It's
not
wrong.
true.
It is true.
Okay, I'm going to come to Ms. Lofgren, but let me just say this because I don't want to confuse people out there. There's a Supreme Court decision called Citizens United, which opened the floodgates on corporate money coming into our politics. So when you keep saying that it's the first time in many decades, I don't quite know
Time
what.
since 1907, it goes directly into our reelects, our congressional campaigns. You know, Mr. Raskin, as well as I do, we cannot accept
Okay,
corporate
well, look,
contributions.
if
This would
your
be
point-
corporate money.
All right, let me just reclaim my time for a second, because if your point is that the Citizens United decision was wrongly rendered, then we're 1,000% together on it. To me, it's a complete distortion of what a corporation is. A corporation exists for economic purposes, and that's why it has all of the advantages of perpetual life and limited liability and bankruptcy protection and so on. That's what a corporation is. It should not be involved in politics. As Justice White once said, that the corporation is the creature of the state, and the state need not permit its own creature to devour it, to consume it. Okay, that's the situation we're in. But HR 1 is trying to deal with that problem. HR 1 has a whole set of provisions designed to get foreign corporate money out of our elections, so that corporations are not used as a vehicle for funneling foreign money into American campaigns. That's what HR 1 is trying to do. And we've seen this over the last several years. Terrible corruption of the process of foreign money, which is illegal, foreign national money, which is illegal in our elections, coming through corporations, because the corporations are allowed to have foreign stock owners and foreign agents and foreign officers and so on. There are provisions in HR 1 to try and deal with that problem, okay? And so, but I would think if you're a critic of Citizens United, which it sounds like you may be, you should be absolutely for HR 1. I want to make sure, though, before I go to Ms. Lofgren, that in something you just said, did you just retract your support for the redistricting commission provisions in this?
I'm for independent redistricting commissions, and that's something you and I agreed on during the last markup.
So you
when we
support
had
these
a markup.
provisions?
However, I will not support the provisions as written without without being able to actually have a voice in how much control Congress is going to have in setting states' abilities to.
No, Congress has no control. Congress just requires, it mandates that there be independent redistricting commissions, but it's up to the state to set it up. So
I certainly hope that we can come up with a plan that Illinois and Maryland can work on together. But I do want to.
that's called HR 1. That's the plan that all the states are working on together. It's called HR 1.
It's vague, and it's not going to be able to set up the commissions as you and I both envisioned. But I would like to say on Citizens United, Mr. Raskin, that it did not permit corporate dollars or foreign dollars to come into our election. That was not the Citizens United decision. But your solution to this alleged foreign interference and corporate dollars coming in to America is to shut down that type of organization in
That's
HR
right.
1, but instead launder those same corporate dollars through fines into your own campaign.
Okay. Well, look, I may stand corrected on having stood corrected before, because it sounds like you just retracted your support for the provisions in this bill, which actually do mandate independent redistricting commissions. I hope that you would continue to support them, or at least decide to support them, because this is a major problem and a major threat to democracy when we have politicians, setting up their own districts. This is our opportunity to do it right now in HR1. This is our chance to deal with it. Otherwise, it's very difficult, as you know, whether the Republicans are in control or the Democrats are in control, to get any state to unilaterally disarm and say, we will move away, unless you've got the initiative provision, and the initiative, then you can override what the state legislature is doing. But I do believe there are people in your party, not you, but there are people in your party who've made the calculation that the Republicans are gerrymandering in a lot more states because they control more state legislatures than Democrats are. And so they're not interested in national reform. And that's where the rhetoric of, pro-states' rights comes from in this very specific context, even when we've got, as Mr. Perlmutter says, this amazing effort that all these members of Congress just signed on to try to thwart and nullify election results in particular states, which a number of members just said that just goes way too far for me when you're trying to throw out certified election results in particular states. All right, Ms. Lofgren, let me come to you, okay? First of all, can you clarify, is there a speech czar that is in
No.
HR 1? Because I couldn't find it anywhere.
That's because there is none. There have been criticism about the role of the FEC chair, who is permitted to do under the bill, but any enforcement efforts or policy matters would need a vote of the commission just as they do today. So it really is incorrect to suggest that there's some individual who's going to do all the enforcement by himself or herself. And to suggest that enforcing the disclosure laws is somehow against free speech, I think is simply incorrect. If you take a look, and I did not agree with the Citizens United decision, but it's the law of the land because, agree with it or not, it's what the court said. But the decision itself said the remedy was disclosure. I believe it was Justice Kennedy who talked about the need, and along with 7 other justices, and this is what he said: the First Amendment protects political speech, and disclosure permits citizens and shareholders to react to this speech in a proper way. So while they unleashed limitless money by saying that limitless money was equivalent to speech, the remedy was disclosure, and we've never enacted the disclosure that they called for. We finally would do so in HR 1.
In fact, going all the way back to Buckley versus Vallejo in 1976, the bipartisan commitment, I think, of Congress and of the Supreme Court was to say that, well, whether or not you thought there should be limits on contributions or expenditures, everybody agrees that disclosure is perfectly permissible within the First Amendment. And that was part of Buckley. And again, it was part of Citizens United with Justice Kennedy's opinion, as you say. And now suddenly we're getting this attack on disclosure requirements as compulsory speech or a violation of the First Amendment. And you turn the chair of the FEC to a speech czar. That's a speech czar who can't even call a meeting of the FEC because it's set up for complete dysfunction. Let me go to that question for a second. Don't most federal agencies and commissions have an odd number of members?
Yes.
In fact,
Yeah, for an obvious reason, so they don't deadlock.
right, so that they can actually get something done. And also, so it doesn't encourage partisan thinking. It's not like, well, there's this team on this side and that team on that side, but there's an odd number of people who can actually operate, and each one is encouraged to use his or her mind. So now we've got the FEC, which is set up like, a deadlocked town council between 3 Democrats and 3 Republicans. And so the whole point of moving to an odd number is to get away from that kind of partisan mentality and gridlock, and to allow the FEC to operate. It's just a huge waste of money to have millions of dollars going into the Federal Election Commission with their staff, with the members and so on, and they can't even meet and they can't render decisions. Isn't that right?
Yes, and I think it's important to note on the Disclose Act in terms of corporate spending. The Disclose Act requires disclosures for groups that spend $10,000 or more on campaign ads. And it only requires a disclosure of donors who give $10,000 or more. Some have said, well, that would be a problem. People don't want to know how they're spending their money. It would catch people who are uninvolved in this. There's a way to make sure that only the politically active donors are disclosed, and that's by making campaign-related disbursements through a segregated bank account so that the organization doesn't have to disclose any donations that were not from the segregated bank account. The idea that dark money is good for the democracy, I think most Americans would disagree with, and I know that I do. I'd like to just say something else because there's been a lot of discussion about whether it's proper or in his opening statement, the ranking member even said constitutional for the federal government to assert itself in these elections. And I think here's what Article 1, Section 4 says. It says, the times, places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof, but the Congress may at any time by law make or alter such regulations. That's what HR 1 is doing. We are saying that in these areas where we're seeing Republican legislatures primarily going to pass laws to prevent Americans from being able to cast their vote, that is not acceptable. And we are going to, by law or regulation, change that so that eligible voters in the United States can cast their vote. And I think it's a little disingenuous to complain about that because the Republican study group or study committee earlier this year endorsed something called the Save Democracy Act. Now, what would that bill do? It would establish national standards that would prohibit automatic voter registration, that would make it harder to cast a ballot, and would impose restrictive rules on vote tabulation. So I guess it's okay for the federal government to use the second phrase of Article 1, Section 4 if it's to restrict ballot access, but not okay if it helps every American cast a ballot.
Thank you, Ms. Lofgren. I want to just close with 2 points. One is,
Would the gentleman yield for just
oh yes,
a
by
second?
all means, Mr. Cole, of course.
Thank you very much, my friend. Just for the record, Ms. Lofgren, I did not say anything about constitutionality of that issue. I just
No.
reviewed my statement. So
No,
I
Mr.
just wanted
Davis
to be
did.
clear. Okay.
Mr.
Well, you said
Davis
the
did.
ranking member, so maybe I misunderstood. You meant your
We had a
ranking.
lot of ranking members.
Ranking member of the
We have
House
a lot of
Administration.
ranking members. Thank you very much. Just wanted to have the record reflect that. Thank you.
We try not to contradict our own ranking member on the Rules Committee. Thank you, Mr. Cole. So look, we haven't talked about the ethics provisions that are in here because it's not just about voting and administration of voting and campaign finance. It's also about ethics, and there are some sweeping, important ethics provisions in here. For example, on presidential conflicts of interest, something we've all gotten to know something about over the last 4 years. This provision in subtitle B of Title 8 requires the president and VP within 30 days of taking office to divest all financial interests that pose a conflict of interest and to disclose information about any business interests. I mean, this, to my mind, was the original sin of the last administration, that the president, upon taking office, instead of saying he was going to divest himself from hundreds of business interests and corporations from around the world, said he was just going to keep them going. And so we totally mixed private self-enrichment and profit-making with the business of government. White House ethics transparency is in here, requiring executive branch ethics waivers to be disclosed to the Office of Government Ethics and to the public, because this is the people's government. So we have a right to know what's going on with people who are in office. Ethics for the transition team, so that we get information about the roles of the members of the transition team to make sure that they are free of conflicts of interest. And then a whole set of ethics reforms relating to us, to Congress, including very significantly prohibiting members of Congress from serving on for-profit business corporation boards. Why are members of Congress who have taken a pledge to preserve and to uphold the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and to fight for the common good, why would we be serving on for-profit corporate boards? Can we not all agree, as a matter across lines of party, geography, ideology, and everything, that we have got to make sure that our values are lined up with devotion to the people and zealous pursuit of the public interest? I just think That's absolutely critical. It also prohibits members of Congress from using taxpayer funds to settle cases of employment discrimination that are brought against members. So if somebody's sued for sex discrimination or sexual harassment or whatever it might be, we should not be using government money to settle those suits. So I like that very much. All right, and let me just say finally that back on the question of Citizens United, which really has fundamentally changed the character of politics in our country by opening the floodgates on corporate spending in American politics. There's a provision in HR 1, which I had introduced separately as a bill, which I called Shareholders United, which says, okay, if the premise of Citizens United by Justice Kennedy is that the corporation is speaking for the shareholders, and they're the ones who have First Amendment rights, because corporations don't have First Amendment rights. That belongs to people, but the idea is it's derivative of the rights of the shareholders. Well, then no corporation should be able to spend any money in politics without first getting a majority vote of the shareholders themselves. Again, I think that's something that cuts totally across party lines, ideological lines, geographic lines, that corporations should not be involved in politics in any way until first you've gotten a vote by the shareholders that they want their money to be spent in that way. Another really critical feature of HR 1. So, Madam Chair, forgive me for going on for so long, but I just think this is really important legislation. If I find any fault with it, it's that it's packed with too much good stuff and people don't understand everything that's in there. We've got a responsibility to try to educate people about the different pieces, from the universal automatic voter registration to the getting big money out of our politics, to getting foreign corporate money out of our politics, to all of these ethics provisions. This is sweeping pro-democracy, pro-public integrity legislation, and I'm thrilled to be able to support it, and I yield back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Raskin. And while the Rules Committee has a very liberal policy of ensuring that members and our guests are able to articulate their opinions and priorities, I will respectfully ask that folks try not to speak over each other. So with that, I am going to recognize Ms. Fishbach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I feel like I should just mention that this is another bill that is going to the floor without a committee markup, and continually I hear, well, we had a hearing last year. Well, as a freshman, and there are 62 freshmen this year, none of us were afforded the opportunity to see these in committee, and so I would like to just point that out to the majority, that there are members, about 15% of the members have not had the opportunity to deal with these. So continuing to bring these to the floor is just without any committee hearings this year. It just seems to totally disregard that the freshmen are allowed any input. But I just wanted to ask Ranking Member Davis, a piece of this bill would allow for a private right of action against a locality if voters wait more than 30 minutes. This does not it does not appear to be a well-conceived idea, and would be particularly burdensome in a district like mine, where it's small rural counties and townships. And I wanted to just give you the opportunity to expand on any of those additional requirements that would be mandated by bureaucrats in Washington, D.C. that would be problematic for the folks in my district.
Thank you, Ms. Fishbach, and welcome to the Rules Committee. Obviously, no one told you what the Rules Committee was going to be like. Spent a lot of time in here, aren't you? But
well, Ranking Member, they don't tell you until you agree to do it. Then they tell you.
Well, you know what? Actually, some of the members on both sides of the aisle are very good friends, and you're with good folks. And we need this debate, which is why I'm glad to be here, glad to put forth our differences. And one difference I have is in the provision that you mentioned. I'll go to my home county, my voting experience in 2020. My county clerk is a Democrat. He actually was one of my witnesses. And remember, in the minority, we have very few hearings in House administration. We had very few during the last Congress. and I get one witness, and I chose a Democrat elected official because I know Mike Genesi back in my hometown of Taylorville in Christian County, Illinois. He doesn't care about if you're Republican or a Democrat. He wants elections to go off without a hitch. Mike came and testified about the impact of this top-down approach and what it would have on him and his ability to implement elections in my district, in my home county, in my election precinct. Well, this time, when I voted in the general election, I voted early. I went in on a Saturday morning and I watched Mike and his employees who were there at the courthouse in a county, my hometown's a little under 12,000 people. And I had to wait that day on a Saturday morning, 25 minutes to vote. Well, would it have gone faster if we didn't have COVID and Mike wasn't going in between every voter and cleaning each machine or voting area that he had put together to properly have social distancing and make sure he limited the risk of any COVID spread? Of course. But what are you going to do if that would have gone 5 minutes longer for me? If one more person would have been in line? Are we going to have people that are there with, are we going to have poll watchers with stopwatches? And then we're going to have private rights of action that could be politically motivated as to where they stand and where they begin to actually put forth these different violations of timing. It's wrong. It's wrong to have this top-down approach. Let's let Democrats like Mike Genesi in Christian County, Illinois, determine how best to safely administer their elections. Because I can tell you from my own experience, one more voter, one more family walking into that courthouse that day before me, I would have gone over your timeline that's being set by Democrats in Washington, D.C., not by Democrats in Christian County. This bill mandates the use of drop boxes. It requires 15 days and 10 hours a day of early voting, even in all mail states. I mean, this is the provision that my colleague, Mr. Perlmutter, should be concerned about because it can disrupt the successful vote by mail programs that you have in Colorado and add on other unfunded mandates. This is what I'm concerned about. While there are provisions that we can work on agreeing together, like I would love for an independent commission for redistricting bill to be put forth on its own. Let's sit down, Mr. Raskin, and talk about where we agree. Let's see if we can come up with a plan to introduce this on its own, rather than being paired with these unfunded mandates, this top-down approach, and also without being paired with policies that will put money into my own campaign and your own campaign. Now, if Ms. Fishbach, if you would mind, I'd like to address some of the issues that Mr. Raskin brought up during his questions. When it comes to constitutional law, look, I'm not a constitutional attorney like my colleague, Mr. Raskin, but my interpretation of the Constitution says that, some policies may be good ideas. Just as I mentioned, we don't want anybody to wait in long lines, but the Constitution simply does not permit Congress to mandate these issues. States and localities must be involved. That's what the Constitution requires. My interpretation. I would rather, again, have Democrats like Mike Genesi in my home county setting how he's going to administer the elections and make sure that everybody has a chance to vote. We mentioned the FEC and the speech donor. I do believe that this new FEC chair, empowered by a partisan advantage, will become a free speech czar. The goal of the FEC is not to get things done. It's if they overreach, they actually can impact our citizens' rights to free speech. And we also heard from my colleague, Mr. Raskin, when it comes to disclosure. And disclosure of campaign spending is great. I'm all for it. We do it. Our congressional campaigns have to disclose donors above a certain level. And we all do that. We want that. But since the decision in 1958, the NAACP v. Alabama, we have never required donors to issue groups to be disclosed. You can understand why the NAACP brought this suit in 1958, don't you? I do. Why in the world would we then weaponize the same processes that were used in 1958 against African Americans when they were exercising, and groups like the NAACP were exercising their right to free speech. These are the concerns I have with this bill, among the many others. I look forward to working with my colleagues in a bipartisan way, if given the chance. But remember, as you mentioned, Ms. Fishbach, there was no markup. You were not able to have your voice be heard at our committee hearings because you weren't here. But let's not forget that this original bill was written with the aid of outside special interest groups at the end of the election cycle in 2018, was introduced on January 3rd of 2019 and co-sponsored by every member of the majority party. They didn't read it. They wrote it with special interest groups in the darkness. And that's something that this bill is supposed to change. I'm not convinced that the majority has learned their lesson, because they took that same bill, added pages to it, but then they subtracted some provisions. I'm glad my colleague, Mr. Raskin, brought up the ethics reforms in this bill. It's interesting to know that they've actually been relaxed a little bit from the version in the last Congress to this Congress. Could that be because there's a different party in power in the White House, a different president? I don't know. I didn't get a chance to write it.
And Ranking Member Davis, if I could just follow up just a little bit regarding the top-down approach and who wrote the bill, and I understand that the majority didn't discuss the bill with the stakeholders, which would be the National Association of the Secretary of States, the National Association of State Election Directors, the National Association of Counties, and NCSL, and the gentleman that you mentioned from your hometown. But don't you, why wouldn't they talk to those folks? Because I think that some of this top-down kind of approach could have been addressed, and they would have understood better. But who did they talk to, and why wouldn't they talk to those folks that actually have to implement these policies?
I mean, I think that's a question for the majority. I'd like to know if why these groups weren't consulted. I was under the impression there was some concern on a bipartisan call with the secretaries of state and other election officials just a few days ago. Multiple secretaries of state and election officials have reached out to me. This is why our only witness in the only hearing, where I got 5 minutes of questions and my two other colleagues on House admin got 5 minutes of questions for these witnesses. So 15 minutes of Republican minority questions are now going to suffice for a markup and this mammoth bill coming forward. There were many issues brought up during our hearing that even some of the Democratic witnesses at a recent hearing, they noted that multiple provisions in this bill need to be amended. Now, the drafters of this legislation, they were so sloppy in writing this bill, they utterly failed to understand the complexity of America's local government systems and our decentralized election administration system. They forgot that North Dakota doesn't even have voter registration. In Maine, elections are run by municipalities, not counties, and that multiple states have, as Colorado does, full vote by mail systems, where mandating in-person absentee voting would be a step backwards. So that's the problem with the top-down approach that many election administrators and secretaries of state have reached out to us to say, we don't want Democrats in Washington that control Congress telling us how to run our election cycle. And I'd certainly hope some of my colleagues would agree with some of their election officials.
And Madam Chair, if I might, maybe Chair Lofgren would like to address that. Why weren't those groups talked to and allowed to have input into the bill?
Well, as I'm sure Mr. Davis will recall, we did have representatives from state election officials as witnesses in the last Congress. And we, just as recently as last week, had a Secretary of State as well as a local election official as a witness. I do want to say a clarification, Mr. Davis. You probably were not aware that the provisions taken out of the ethics portion of the bill were only taken out because they have since become law, and therefore it would be redundant to put them in a bill since they were enacted into law already. And that's the only reason why they're not included. I thought it was important to clarify that.
You're mute.
Still unmuted. I'm sorry. I was trying to reduce the extra noise. But Chair Lofgren, could you summarize the difference between the two managers' amendments for me? I understand that one version was introduced a few days ago, and there was a newer, longer version that was introduced today, and I would appreciate having a better understanding of the differences.
Yes, the manager's amendment makes several technical and conforming edits to HR 1 that's as commonly done. It includes augmenting the section on findings of general constitutional authority and clarifying the standards for judicial review. The amendment requires mail-in ballots to use the Postal Service barcode service as required in the Vote by Mail Tracking Act, introduced by Representative Carolyn Maloney, the chairperson of the Government Oversight and Government Reform Committee. It also clarifies that the definition of a thing of value in the federal election campaign prohibition on foreign donations to political campaigns and candidates includes information sought or obtained for political advantage. It strikes section 441, which is related to the inadmissibility and deportability of aliens engaged in improper interference in U.S. elections, since that is already covered in the Immigration and Nationality Act. The amendment updates the findings, reaffirming the commitment of Congress to restore the Voting Rights Act, and it also clarifies that the redistricting reform provisions of HR 1 apply to redistricting following the 2020 decennial census and provides clear procedures for drawing maps for this truncated timeline due to the delay in the census data. Now, these updates include an amendment offered by Congressman G.K. Butterfield, the chairman of the Election Subcommittee and the House Administration Committee, which would require states to submit the final district plan approved by the state's Independent Redistricting Commission to the Department of Justice for administrative review before it could be enacted, although that review will be suspended if litigation is initiated pursuant to the statute. I hope that clarifies. We also added, a section on the governance of corporate PACs, allowing the commission to collect information to assess the governance of corporate PACs and requiring the FEC to do an analysis of donors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would just like to give Ranking Member Davis the opportunity to maybe respond to some of those items if he has things he'd like to address.
Yeah, the provisions regarding the ethics rules that have been relaxed and are not law are addressed in my good friend and colleague, Ranking Member Comer's amendment number 154. If the majority is willing to work with us to rule that amendment in order and support that, I'm more than willing to put that forth. And there was also mentioned earlier that some Republicans have offered amendments that Chairperson Lofgren believes would nationalize the election process. I'm not a co-sponsor of that amendment, not a co-sponsor of that bill. I am speaking as clear and concisely as I have been every single time that the House Administration Committee and the majority here in Congress have tried to nationalize our election process, that we need to stop it. And I continue to hope that we can find some common ground on ways to make our processes safer. Continue to hope that we can work together on making sure that we have systems in place, voluntary systems in place that will allow for areas that I believe are at risk when it comes to cybersecurity, like e-poll books, voter registration lists. Let's work together to make sure that those data systems are secure, just like the standards that are in place for electronic voting systems that we currently have through the Election Assistance Commission.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you. I will now recognize Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm so glad to hear that Representative Davis is less interested now in nationalizing our elections, because I know he was very interested in conducting national oversight of the 5 largest Democratic counties in Pennsylvania during the last election, and also wasn't happy with our electoral college votes. But as to HR 1, I've spent the last 3 decades working to protect the right to vote and expand voter participation for all eligible voters, with civics education. So having spent so much time up close and personal, particularly in Pennsylvania, which has been a target of so many voter suppression efforts in the last year in particular, but in the last decade as well, it shows me how important HR 1 is, not to dictate to the states, but to set a floor to which they have to rise. We've seen modern voter suppression tactics, the influence of dark money to promote disinformation, gerrymandering, and other anti-democratic practices that have disenfranchised voters. And as I mentioned, in Pennsylvania, we've seen that up close. In 2011, the Republican legislature and Republican governor of Pennsylvania passed a gerrymandering of Pennsylvania, which, despite the fact that we had a large Democratic majority of registered voters, produced 18 congressional seats, of which 13 went to Republicans. In 2018, that system had to be undone. It was only undone because the courts declared that gerrymandering to be so unconstitutional that it was depriving people of their vote. Okay. In 2012, the Republican legislature and the Republican governor passed a strict voter ID law, which discriminated against voters of color, the elderly, and low-income voters. Again, the courts had to overturn that because it limited the forms of identification that were acceptable to those which were not readily acceptable to a certain class of voters who happened overwhelmingly to be Democrats. So we need, at the federal level, to make sure that those who are eligible to vote in our federal elections are in fact able to exercise that essential freedom to participate in our representative democracy. So Chairwoman Lofgren, can you talk about that interplay between our federal and our state elections and how HR 1 performs in that gap in a constitutional way?
Well, as you know, the Voting Rights Act of 1965 was a very important step forward for the United States in preserving the rights of especially minorities to vote and to exercise the franchise. Prior to that measure, African Americans in the South in particular were subject to poll taxes, were excluded from their rights as American citizens to vote. Those measures were very much rooted in the 14th Amendment. But the need to preserve the rights of all Americans to vote is not just it is to protect minorities in this country. And HR 4, the Voting Rights Act, to the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, will be coming before the floor later in this Congress. Mr. Butterfield, as chair of the Election Subcommittee, has outlined an aggressive schedule of hearings to do further investigation and further compilation of the statistical basis for the need of that provision. But discriminating against Americans' right to vote is not only based on ethnicity. It can be based on excessive partisanship. It can be, and which is we see rampantly going on all over the United States. Article 1, Section 4 gives Congress the right, as you say, at any time by law to make or alter the regulations. And what we're saying is, let's have a fair vote. There were people, voters in Georgia in the last election in November that had to wait in line for 8 hours to get into the polling booth. Do you think that everyone who had a right to vote actually got to vote in that line because some of them had kids they had to get back to, that they were getting out of school or they had to get back to their job. There were people in other parts of the country who had to drive for 3 hours to get to a drop box to deposit a ballot. Do you think everybody who had a right to vote really was able to exercise their franchise? No. And so I say this, let's have every American cast their vote, and whatever they decide is what we live with. You know, whoever the candidate is, whoever the party is, I'm willing to trust the American people and the vote that they cast. And to say that this is partisan, that's ridiculous. It's partisan only if you think if all the people vote, your side will lose. I don't know who wins when everybody votes, but I do know this. America wins when everybody votes, and that's what HR 1 does.
Thank you. One more question for you. You know, people talk a lot about partisanship, and I know when we're all home, we hear from our constituents saying, you know, can't you all get along, and how can Congress work in a more bipartisan way? And what I read and the experts seem to suggest is that one of the issues is gerrymandering, because if people only are running in safe seats and they're only really, if they get to pick their own voters and these seats are preordained by party, that increases the partisanship. Can you talk about the gerrymandering aspects of, anti-gerrymandering aspects of HR 1?
Well, it requires a nonpartisan redistricting commission that is made up from people who are not politicians, who have to do the following things. First, you have to make sure that the districts comply with the US Constitution, basically one person, one vote. And then they need to implement the provisions of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. They need to provide that racial, ethnic, and language minorities have an equal opportunity to participate in the political process, not dilute or diminish their ability to elect candidates of their choice. They have to have boundaries that minimize the division of communities of interest and shouldn't be drawn to unduly favor or disfavor any political party. You know, we've seen the situation, you know, all of us, if we're honest, know that there are elected officials in both parties that only have to cater to the fringe because everything is done in the primary, and the more extreme you are, no matter which party you're in, the easier it is politically. I don't know that that's a great thing for the United States. And I think most people, most Americans would say we're not in the best place as a country in terms of partisanship and being able to find common ground. And partisan gerrymandering is a big part of that phenomena. If we have more competitive districts, we have more capacity to reach out to all Americans, not just a few, and to find common ground to move our country forward. So a number of states have these commissions. They've had a positive impact in getting people to a better spot. And I'll say both parties, you know, if they control the legislature, both parties do gerrymandering. So, you know, and it's perverse in every case. Let's stop it. Let's have citizens pick the districts instead of the politicians picking the voters.
I think that's right. And I think it's also kind of a uniquely federal spin of HR 1 that we've seen a number of states like Arizona and California and other states move to having the Citizens Commission and being happier with the results, finding the results more accurately reflecting their population. We found the same thing in Pennsylvania, although it had to be forced by the courts because the legislature refused to do that. I am really excited about HR 1 and very happy to support it. I'm particularly proud that I have some bills in it to increase access for voters with disabilities, to bring transparency to inaugural funds, because we've seen some abuses there, to increase the use of ballot drop boxes, which were critical to getting out the vote in Pennsylvania this last time. And I'm also hopeful to have an amendment to increase early access to voting on college campuses, because we've seen some of the college campuses in my region, and I have 19, be subject to voter suppression by having polling places removed. So I'll proudly support this legislation, and with that, I would yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Morelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I don't want to repeat, but would like to associate myself with the remarks made by my colleagues, Mr. Raskin, Ms. Scanlon, yourself, Mr. Perlmutter, although I don't have an opinion, I'm sort of agnostic on the use of the word fulsome, and I know how I feel about the Broncos. But other than that, this has really been a really important conversation. I will say this, I'm not going to go on at length, but I feel, and this is with all due respect to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, but to talk about fair elections and election reform, and to talk about federal intervention after we have just witnessed over the last several months, in my view, the most serious threat to the foundations of American democracy, which is to not respect the peaceful transfer of power, to not respect that fair, free elections should matter in this country, has left, I think, my friends on the other side of the aisle in the awkward position of not supporting fair elections and then trying to somehow suggest that our efforts to continue to improve the electoral process are off base or unnecessary, particularly federal involvement. Without recounting it, but 60 lawsuits aimed at overturning an election, all deemed to be baseless. This continued claim, even by the former president this weekend, that the election was stolen, although there is zero evidence, not a single shred of evidence that there was a systemic or systematic effort, without a shred of evidence that there was any fraud that was done on a systematic way, and to continue to undermine the very foundations. I can't imagine a more serious topic. I can't imagine one, and this isn't just, respectfully, a handful of Republican members who objected to the certification. This is 2/3 of the caucus objected to it. This is something we haven't seen in the better part of 2 centuries happen in American politics. In 1800, John Adams made what I think is one of the greatest acts of patriotism in this country. He turned over the keys to the White House to Thomas Jefferson. And that's something that we have observed now for more than 2 centuries. And yet, I hate to think of what would have happened if just a few elections had gone a different way this year. So I think this is a very, very serious thing. Are there things that could be improved in this? Are there ways we probably could, if we had good faith on both sides, come together to improve this? I don't doubt that there are. But I think the credibility now with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle is very much lacking. I think you can always come to a place of bipartisanship, and you can always improve, and you can always work things out, and you can always talk about it if you operate in good faith. And I just honestly, and it pains me because I have many, many friends on the other side of the aisle, and I obviously represent hundreds of thousands of Republicans back home. It pains me to say the leadership of the party has, in a sense, ceded all moral right to have a conversation about this issue. And until you have a significant number of Republicans acknowledge that Joe Biden is the president of the United States, won the election in a fair election process, and the idea that somehow the people in Georgia, the Republican officials in Georgia who spoke out repeatedly and took some offense at the president's language, and the many Republican officials in Pennsylvania, and yet you objected to the certification. So when we talk about states' rights, that'd be fine if we actually respected those states, but we didn't do it. And in my mind, this is the single biggest threat to American democracy, as I said, since the Civil War. And until some indication that we're going to all respect the right of voters as the sovereign in this nation, voters, citizens, Americans are the sovereign. There's no king, there's no queen. The sovereign is the people. They spoke, and yet your party, 2/3 of the members of your caucus, and I certainly would not bring everyone into it. Some of you, in my mind, demonstrated great courage in standing for the Electoral College and the will of citizens. But until it's embraced by more members, I think any conversation about this, frankly, is, and sadly, is of little use. So with that, Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Desaulnier. You're on mute, Mr. Desaulnier.
Thank you. I am fulsomely unmuted. I want to associate myself with all the comments except perhaps those directed at Mr. Perlmutter with affection. I also want to say that I consider both ranking members friends, a good deal of respect for them. So these comments, I hope you take in that regard. And I have to say, I feel a little bit like Alice in the Wonderland again. And of course, who the Mad Hatter is based on the viewer's perception. Mr. Davis, I congratulate you. I think you've entered a new part of the political lexicon in speech czars that, from my perspective, will join death panels. But this is so important. And, in the history of this country, trying to make sure that power is really in the hands of the voters has been a challenge in this country. Of course, our mythology is that it's been a great accomplishment. And unfortunately, I think we have to accept the shortcomings we've had in this country that are obvious in order to get to the point where we do have greater participation. So according to Pew, we are 24th out of 35 developed countries in voter participation. I don't exactly think that's a city on the hill type of thing that other countries are going to follow, whether you think that expression is from the Bible, Reagan, or Winthrop. So this is all at a time, and this is why I think this bill is so important. And having been part of redistricting at both the local and state level, I just think there are three things that clearly we have a conflict of interest in regards to, and that's our compensation, our districts, and campaign contributions. In the 10 years since Citizens United, we've gone from $300 million, a little bit over $300 million in expenditures for IEs, independent expenditures, to almost $3 billion. So as justice, and this is the same time that our inequality has expanded to historic levels, and there's plenty of good research that's evolving that that's not an accident. The campaign contributions parallel the inequality in this country. So to Stephen's comment, particularly in the context of what we've been through in the last few months about stolen elections, we have to, I just think it's in everyone's interest, and I'm sorry to bear to lecture, but having listened to this, I would agree with you, Mr. Davis. I really wish we could have an honest discussion of give and take, but for my perception, I think the give and take is not proportionate. And I'd love to have a conversation with you how we have a more dispassionate and proportionate give and take. So that I'll just conclude with where we go from here and hope that at least we can pass this out. And I would take you up, both the ranking members, in a discussion offline about how we have a give and take that restores the integrity of our elections that Justice Stevens eloquently opined in his minority opinion with Citizens United. With that, I'll yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Ross?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to say that this bill, the For the People Act, is basically about making elections fairer and ensuring that everyone can easily and conveniently cast their ballot. And we've had a lot of experience with several of these provisions in North Carolina over the last 20 years. But I want to talk a little bit about what happened in this last election during the pandemic and what many of these reforms did to make voting safer and fairer. So in 2020, North Carolina had the longest voting period in the entire country. The state began mailing ballots to voters 60 days before the election. Now, the history of our mail-in ballots came from the fact that we're a military state, and we wanted to give members of the military long enough time to participate. But we now do that for all voters. But after the mail-in voting period started, we had 19 days of early voting, and we had same-day voter registration allowed at every early voting location. When I was in the state legislature, that was my bill. I got that through. There was a lot of brouhaha about it, and it ended up being something that the elections officials liked because they could clear up people's addresses. If somebody went to the wrong place to vote, they could get that fixed. They could do all these different things and have those ballots cast before election day, so that on election day, it was easier to administer the votes. So that was very popular among election officials. But North Carolina made other reforms to make it easier and safer to vote during the pandemic, including in creating an online absentee ballot request system. Because of all of these options in North Carolina, we saw a record turnout in 2020 with 75% of voters casting ballots, the vast majority before Election Day, which made Election Day during a pandemic much safer to administer. Now, voting reform, as we've seen today, is a deeply partisan topic. And there's a narrative that when it's easier to vote, then more people vote that the Democrats win. Well, I'm here to tell you that's not always true, and it certainly wasn't true in North Carolina in 2020. In North Carolina, we saw in 2008 that Barack Obama used many of these voting options in order to win in North Carolina. But in 2020, Donald Trump solidly won North Carolina. In 2020, our Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, a Democrat, lost her seat to one of her colleagues on the court by 400 votes. What we have seen in North Carolina is that whoever uses these tools and motivates the voters will win the election. And in 2020, there were not complaints about the administration of the election. We had record turnout, and in the main, the Republicans did better using these tools. Any party or candidate can use the measures in this bill, in the For the People Act, to turn out voters. Again, we saw Barack Obama do it masterfully in North Carolina, and we saw Donald Trump do it masterfully in North Carolina. Making it easier to vote is about the people. It's about the public. It's not about us as elected officials. And we should all be able to support measures that make it easy, convenient, and in 2020, clearly safer to vote. And that's why I support this bill. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Ross. Does any other member of the committee wish to ask a question? Okay, seeing none, I would like to thank our witnesses for their testimony and their patience. You are now excused. I'd like to inform the committee that we will hear from any members wishing to testify on amendments to HR 1 at the end of today's hearing. And now I'd like to welcome our witnesses to provide testimony on HR 1280, the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. Representative Jackson Lee, Representative Biggs.
Yeah, what do I do with that?
We're delighted that you are here. Waiting for them to come on.
Okay, I just want to make sure it's charging. Huh? Am I on? I'm not on.
And then
I don't see me.
Sheila, we can hear you. We can't see you.
yes,
We're
so
we're working on it.
without objection, any written materials you submit to rules
Do you see it?
documents at mail.house.gov before the conclusion of this meeting will be entered into the record. I now recognize the gentlewoman from Texas, Representative Jackson Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all of the Rules Committee members, to the ranking member, Mr. Cole, for your extensive courtesy that you give to members to allow them to come before you to explain very important legislation. This is a significant moment in history, and I'm delighted to be here to present the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act that was founded, grounded in the tragedy of police violence against our citizens, and as well the enormous tragedy and death of George Floyd. Yet I think it is extremely important to emphasize that this legislation accepts the good service of our law enforcement throughout the nation, their commitment to protect and serve, and that this is to attempt to actually enhance and improve policing across America, which now counts 18,000 different police departments. The tragic death of George Floyd has awakened this nation and the world to the gross injustice that too many African Americans face on a daily basis. In addition, it's important to acknowledge and thank the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, my friend and colleague, Karen Bass, and her collaborative work, along with the Congressional Black Caucus, our new chair, Joyce Beatty, the members of the Judiciary Committee who worked extensively in a very long markup in 2020. And I'm delighted to be here with my ranking member, Mr. Biggs. It is not a new story, but the sad truth is that when people told their stories of police abuse, of murder at the hands of bad police officers, they simply weren't believed. It has taken technology and active citizen involvement to document and expose this ugly reality in our country. Despite protests sparked by the killing of George Floyd and others, police killed 1,127 people in 2020, more than 2019, but consistent with the rates in previous years. That number includes 645 killings since Floyd's death, which also includes the tragic death of Angelo Quinto, which is so shockingly reminiscent of Floyd's own death at the hands of Antioch, California police officers recently. That is where we are. Police have subjected countless more, most frequently Black, Latinx, and Indigenous people, people living in poverty, and people with disabilities, to other abuses through much more common daily interactions that are coercive and often violent, even if they do not result in death. These abuses have contributed to high rates of arrest and mass incarceration, with devastating long-term consequences for these and other communities. But even when incidents of excessive force or even death at the hands of law enforcement have been on display for the world to see, time and again, Congress has failed to deliver this sort of meaningful change that is necessary to meet the moment and to promote good policing across America. Last summer, in response to the call for action from righteous protesters across our nation, the House sent an historic bipartisan message that the time has come for bold reform on policing practices in America. This week, we have the opportunity to pick up where we left off and once again, send to the other chamber legislation worthy of signature by our new president. It is very important to take note of the pain that some of these incidences, in fact, all of these incidences, violent incidences have generated. And it has generated from east to west and north to south. And it has really impacted people of many different backgrounds. But let me for a moment say to you that I know the Floyd family. Many of them grew up, including George Floyd, in my congressional district. We knew of their mother who nurtured other children who were not able to find loving homes. They lived in public housing, but they're raised with loving and nurturing commitment by their family. Big Floyd was an umbrella of love to the younger kids on the block. This family never expected to be thrown into the international spotlight. And what have they done with it? They have been caring and nurturing themselves. They have stood alongside of police officers. They've marched with them, and they have mourned with those who have been injured or lost their lives. What an amazing family. And they've established a foundation where they want to engage the American public on how to work with policing, how to help train police to be able to work better with our community. That's the Floyd family. While there is no single policy prescription that will erase the decades of systemic racism and excessive policing, this bill will finally hold police officers' misconduct accountable for their work, or their deeds rather, and separate them from the majority of those endowed with the ethic of just and equitable public safety. Remember, to protect and serve. That is why we were proud to introduce the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, which reimagines policing for the 21st century, creates the highest standards for the profession, and holds those officers accountable who fail to uphold the ethic of protecting and serving their communities. We've worked very hard on this. It's been a collaborative work, yes, with Republicans and Democrats working together. This bold, transformative legislation effectively bans chokeholds, prohibits racial and religious profiling, ends no-knock warrants in drug cases, stops the militarization of law enforcement, and requires the use of body cameras. Isn't that interesting? In 2021, that is still not widely utilized. It also collects data on the use of force and creates a national registry of police misconduct to ensure that officers who are unfit to serve are not able to move from department to department. It is crucial that we recognize that we can be a nation of laws, police officers, working with communities, relationships, reimagining. That is what the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act represents. Now, I know that the change is difficult, but I'm certain that police officers who risk their lives every day are concerned about their profession. I speak to them every day, and they don't want to work in an environment where they're chastised for intervening when they see a fellow officer abuse a citizen or use deadly force when it is not necessary. And I'm certain that police officers want to make sure they're trained in the best practices in policing. We in the Congress should want that as well. To help support officers, this legislation will create the first ever national accreditation standards for the operation of police departments, set national standards for officer conduct, and establish best practices in training, hiring, de-escalation strategies, and bystander duty. These are the issues that 18,000 police departments face in the United States. And they are looking to have a training regime and protocols that they can engage with the community themselves safely. And as they all say, they can go home to their family and communities can go home to theirs. But despite our best intentions, there will be some officers who cross the line. That is why the bill also includes strong accountability measures, both as a matter of simple justice to keep unfit officers off the street. A profession where you have the power to kill should be a profession that requires highly trained officers who are accountable to the public. This is what this bill accomplishes. We all want to be safe in our communities. We all want the police to come to our rescue when we're in trouble. We all want to support the brave men and women who put their lives on the line every day for us. And when we interact with the police, we all want to be treated with respect, not suspicion. Nobody should be subjected to harassment or excessive force just because of the color of their skin. Nobody should suffer the indignities of racial profiling or be on the receiving end of a deadly chokehold. All Americans should want that for themselves, their children, and their neighbors. But too often today, that is not a reality lived by African Americans. Last summer, in the midst of a global pandemic, the world witnessed the birth of a new movement in our country, with thousands marching to register their horror at hearing the cry, "I can't breathe." Interestingly enough, we saw law enforcement throughout the nation march with these mostly peaceful protesters, Black Lives Matter and others. People march to demand not just change, but transformative change. Change that ends police brutality, that ends racial profiling, that ends or raises the standards of the profession, and that holds accountable officers who fail to meet those standards. The voices we have heard on the streets and in district Zoom calls from our constituents are demanding meaningful and substantive change, not a fig leaf. They will not accept reform light, and neither should this Congress. That is why we must continue to support the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. If this legislation had been law of the land several years ago, Eric Garner and George Floyd would be alive today because the bill bans chokeholds. If the bill had been law last year, Breonna Taylor would not have been shot to death in her sleep because no-knock warrants for drug offenses would have been illegal. If a national registry had been in effect, it would have revealed that the officer who killed 12-year-old Tamir Rice had been fired from another department and had a propensity for violence. He never would have had the opportunity to be rehired by another department, and Tamir Rice would be alive to explore his potential as a recent high school graduate. If the bill had been in effect, Sandra Bland and Danny Ray Thomas and Pamela Turner would have been alive today because there would have been extensive training provisions that would have provided training and teaching against excessive force and teaching to provide the end or make illegal racial profiling and to teach how to de-escalate. We now have a real opportunity with this legislation to reimagine public safety so that it is just and equitable for all Americans. That is what our country is about, equality for all. I urge at this moment in history, this significant moment in history, I urge all of my colleagues to once again seize this opportunity and support the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, just as we did with bipartisan support just a few months ago. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I would certainly be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you,
Madam,
Mr. Lee.
yield
I now recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Representative Biggs.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also thank the Ranking Member Cole, members of the committee. I appreciate you having me here today to discuss HR 1280, the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act of 2021. And I'm grateful to be here with the Judiciary Subcommittee Chair, Ms. Jackson Lee. Every human life has value and importance, and George Floyd's life was no exception. The death of Mr. Floyd was a tragedy and has sparked a national movement. David Dorn was a retired St. Louis police captain who was killed during the violence that occurred after George Floyd's death in Minneapolis. And Captain Dorn's life also was of value and of great importance. His death also was a tragedy. And while Americans are demanding action and President Biden is calling for unity, Speaker Pelosi and Chairman Nadler have chosen to go their own way to ignore the voices and reject the ideas of nearly half of the House of Representatives. Rather than seeking to unify our nation, my colleagues across the aisle are continuing to shut out Republicans every step of the way. Last year, President Trump signed an important executive order that encouraged law enforcement agencies to implement best practices, provide for department and officer accountability, and prioritize training for responding to incidents involving the mentally ill, addicted, and homeless. To be clear, there are some issues addressed in HR 1280 on which Republicans agree with our Democrat colleagues. But as drafted, the bill has serious flaws that would unnecessarily encumber the men and women who serve and protect our communities, and that will make us all less safe. And because of these flaws, I oppose this bill in its current form. For instance, this legislation would lower the mens rea standard when charging an officer with criminal misconduct from willfulness to knowingly or recklessly. In order to be convicted under current law, an officer must specifically intend to deprive a person of a federal right made definite by decision or other rule of law. By lowering the standard to knowingly or recklessly, an officer could be convicted without having any specific intent to deprive a person of that federal right. Police officers are frequently required to make split-second decisions under incredible stress. In those situations, hesitation can be deadly for the officers or others in the general public. Likewise, removing qualified immunity could result in an ineffectual police force and leave our communities vulnerable to crime. The Supreme Court has noted that qualified immunity gives government officials breathing room to make reasonable, mistaken judgments about open legal questions. And without that room, officers will hesitate to act, and that hesitation, again, could be costly. On this issue, I believe there's room to find common ground, but my colleagues across the aisle have approached this legislation in a short-sighted manner. According to media reports, some members of the Democrat caucus share these concerns. For instance, last year, I introduced an amendment regarding de-escalation training programs that would help ratchet down situations of heightened tensions. One Arizona company that developed such a high-level training program has had great success. The program's use is expanding throughout the country. I have actually taken a component of that training program, and I tell you, it is incredibly effective. Nationwide, my amendment would have been a nationwide requirement of de-escalation training with specific training modalities. That was rejected. This bill also seeks to severely limit the Department of Defense's 1033 program, which allows law enforcement agencies at all levels of government to receive surplus equipment from DoD. Police departments in my own district have used the program to acquire necessary equipment that includes night vision goggles, reflex sights, and infrared illuminators. One rural county just south and east of mine that's nearly the same size as the state of Connecticut and spends a great deal of time combating drug trafficking and illegal immigration was able to acquire a helicopter to aid in their response efforts. And that equipment protects law enforcement officers and the communities they serve during dangerous situations. And that equipment is also used to rescue victims in emergency situations such as natural disasters, or quite frankly, those who are coming into the country illegally and facing the incredible heat of our summers and would perish otherwise without the ability of that helicopter to go and provide rescue. We saw this also during Hurricane Harvey. During the Judiciary Committee's markup of H.R. 7120 last Congress, Republicans offered a dozen amendments to address these issues and other flaws in the bill. These amendments would have improved police accountability, strengthened the penalties for lynching, and ensured adequate border security. Chairman Nadler and the Democrats declined to accept a single Republican amendment. We were told that our proposed changes to the bill would be considered before it heads to the floor. But, Mr. Chairman, you know that they were not. Nearly 9 months later, Republican proposals still have not been seriously considered. This bill is exactly the same as it passed the House last June. The Democrat majority has done nothing to work with us on improving this legislation. This Congress, with 60 new members in the House and 11 new members of the Judiciary Committee, we haven't even had a hearing or a markup on this legislation. Our new committee members on both sides of the aisle have valuable perspectives, and I'm sure they could have offered amendments that would make this bill better. But the Democrat majority intends to pass this bill out of the House less than a week after it was introduced this year, with no committee hearing or markup. In closing, Mr. Chairman, this bill does nothing to stop the dangerous and irresponsible calls to defund, dismantle, and disband our police. The idea of defunding and dismantling our police forces is one of the most absurd ideas I've heard in politics. We should be clear as a body that while we support reforms to police accountability and transparency, we do not support eliminating law enforcement altogether. And I would call on all members of Congress to resonate that important message. Mr. Chairman and members of the Rules Committee, you have before you the opportunity to do what Chairman Nadler has refused to do. You have the power to make this a truly bipartisan bill to help President Biden's calls to unify the country come to fruition. I urge you to adopt an open rule and allow all of our colleagues, both Democrat and Republican, to offer their ideas for inclusion in this important piece of legislation. Again, thank you for letting me take a few minutes of your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you both for your testimony. And before I turn to our members for their questions, I would like to highlight a bill that I recently introduced. the White Supremacy in Law Enforcement Information Act. I hope it is clear to everyone in this hearing that structural racism and implicit bias have led to the deaths of way too many men and women of color at the hands of police. Last Congress, I led a letter with 27 members asking for the FBI to release an internal intelligence assessment entitled White Supremacist Infiltration of Law Enforcement from 2006. That was the last report of its kind that we know of. Soon after, the Committee on Oversight and Reform was able to obtain an unredacted version. However, this 15-year-old report raised more questions than answers. For this reason, I introduced HR 1031, White Supremacy and Law Enforcement Information Act, which will lay the groundwork to confront white supremacy in law enforcement. Specifically, the bill would require the FBI and the DOJ to release intelligence assessments of white supremacy infiltration and links to law enforcement since 2006, detail what actions they have taken to address this issue, and provide an updated assessment. Information is what I'm asking for. Congresswoman Jackson Lee, I hope that I can count on you to bring the bill up for a hearing in your subcommittee and bring it to the House floor.
Madam Chair, if I might, thank you very much for a very astute and narrowly defined legislation. We are concerned in the Judiciary Committee on the issues of white racism and the impact on people of color. Just last week, as chair of that committee, we held a hearing on the rise of domestic terrorism in America, and we will look forward to receiving your legislation and as well giving it the attention that it deserves. And thank you for your leadership on this issue.
Thank you. I will now turn to Mr. Cole for any questions that he may have.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just a couple of points and then just a couple of questions. I mean, this last year was one of the more disappointing episodes to me legislatively because I thought there was a lot of common ground where we could have moved ahead. You know, I talked a lot to my police chiefs, since I'm sure everybody on this panel did, both our witnesses. By the way, thank you for both our witnesses. They're two members I really think very highly of. And I found they were all for more training. They thought a registry would be a good idea. Most of them had already banned deadly chokeholds. They thought, didn't have any problem, thought we could reach common ground there. They certainly thought body cameras would be important, and particularly my smaller police departments that don't have a lot in the way of resources, it would have made a big difference. They would be happy to do it. They just needed the additional funds. And so I looked at that and I thought, well, I know we don't agree on everything. I think the biggest concerns were the liability issues where officers were concerned, and that was the individual officers were worried about frivolous lawsuits. The chiefs were worried about the problems of recruiting officers if they were too subject to harassment. So I thought that was ground that we could probably have worked through. And I think Senator Scott in particular probably came closer, in the Senate to getting that done. I think a very generous offer of amendments and working, but it didn't happen. And I think it was largely because it was a political issue and a lot of folks didn't want to solve it. They wanted to politicize it. And maybe they just believe that strongly in their positions. I respect that. That's certainly something we all find ourselves on occasion from time to time. But regardless, we missed the opportunity. I'm sorry this year that we did not do, as my friend from Arizona suggested, a markup. I mean, it really needed not to bring the same product out. I'll make a prediction now. It will pass the House floor, but probably by a reduced margin compared to last year. And if there's not going to be much give and take, there won't be much change here. And so I send it over to the Senate in the hope that maybe they'll get serious about addressing it and they actually can find the common ground that I think we've missed an opportunity to find in the House. Because I agree with Mr. Biggs. I think there's a lot of common ground here and a real desire to do something legislatively. So having said that, my first question is to my good friend from Texas, the gentlelady from Texas. If the Senate fails to pass a bill this month or next month, are you willing to either sit down and work on a new package, a more bipartisan package than we've got here in the House, or would you be willing to consider if the Senate does come up with a bipartisan package and sends it back to us, something like that?
Mr. Cole, let me thank you very much for your continuing leadership on the Rules Committee. I think we've seen each other quite a bit over the few years.
Over many years.
few years that we young people have been able to serve. I do want to just give you a little bit of history very quickly and then answer your question. And that is that you may not be aware that the Judiciary Committee, and Mr. Biggs knows, he is right, we do have new members, but we had an 11-hour hearing. I was just looking at the count of our witnesses, and I think they were somewhere between 14 or 15. I'll find the count here in a minute. And we sat through all of that, Republicans and Democrats. And then, of course, we had a 7-hour, we had a 7-hour hearing, an 11-hour markup. And of course, there was a lot of give and take, a lot of Republican engaged, and had an opportunity to be involved in this as well. We have an incredibly important moment. I indicated to you that we had a Mr. Quinto who died by a chokehold, if you will, 2 days before Christmas, and his family called because he was in a stressful, traumatic condition that did not call for his life to be lost. But he too had officers to sit on his body. No one tried to de-escalate. No one intervened. And so we're at a crisis moment. But what I would say to you, without predicting what the Senate would do, I do believe that we would have an opportunity to conference. We're willing to do that. And in the conference, it might be long, that we have the opportunity for both houses, which of course, as you well know, there will be Republican members there. The Senate has its own needs for collegiality in its present configuration. And I think we will have the opportunity to move forward. But we think it is so urgent that it is important for us to take this moment to move it on to the Senate, because we've laid the groundwork for an extensive 7 hours of markup, 7 hours of hearing, I keep getting, and 11 hours of a markup. We think we have laid sufficient predicate for moving it forward. And as you well know, the rules of the House, and you were on record saying you didn't agree with them, but it allows you to move legislation that is of such significance and of such a moment before April 1st, if you've had a markup in the last Congress, and we have had both a markup and a hearing. But we will be very happy to be part of a conference, and I don't think we'd put any limits on that conference. We want to get this bill to the president's desk.
Well, I appreciate my friend's words, and I take considerable comfort in what she has to say, because I don't think this vehicle, frankly, could pass the Senate as is with the filibuster rules that they have. And I think it's going to have to change. And, I didn't enjoy voting against it last time, but I couldn't in good conscience, having talked to almost every police department in my district, ignore their concerns. And yet they were willing to, and again, express support for a number of these items that are in here: the registry, the chokeholds, the training, the cameras. In other words, they thought a lot of this was more than acceptable, was desirable and good. So I'll approach it the same way this time. I do want to ask one question to you, Mr. Biggs. I think sometimes there's a sense, and I think this bill hopefully unintentionally creates the illusion that we're not interested in doing anything if you happen to be a Republican and vote against it on police reform. I think a lot of our members are very interested in getting involved in police reform because the incident, as my friend from Texas said with Mr. Floyd, is not uncommon. We've had too many instances like that, and it was horrific. There's just no justification for it whatsoever. And we had a number of others around that time, so it certainly didn't declare in isolation. So again, I think there is a genuine desire to do things. What are some of the things you think the two sides, the two parties could agree on that would be substantial reform, or some of the ideas that Republicans advanced that you think Democrats could look at and say, hey, that's a pretty good idea too? So.
Thanks for the question, Mr. Cole. And I took a list of some of the amendments.
Ms. Jackson Lee, you are muted.
Sorry, get one?
Oh, I apologize. Mr. Biggs, you are muted.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Cole. I appreciate the question. And I took a list of the amendments that we offered last time, and then I'm trying to distill some of those that I thought that there might be some mutual approbation for those. But even though the length of the hearing was long and the market was long, the solution was baked, and there was not a willingness to really entertain. Although I think to his credit, Chairman Mathers had mentioned a couple of weeks that he thought they had some potential. So one of them, for instance, might be this. Mr. Armstrong offered an amendment to require audio recording of interviews by federal law enforcement agencies, which we don't have now. And that's that would be something that we all were in agreement. We felt everybody should be in agreement with that. There was additional penalties regarding lynching, the anti-lynching provisions that Mr. Gilmer offered. There was considerable concern about the qualified immunity, and we felt like we might need to work through that. We could work through that. It would be helpful if we did work through that. And then there was a series of other amendments that dealt with some of these issues, including the one I mentioned. There's a provision in here regarding de-escalation training. But my amendment actually provided some very specific modalities which have been shown to work, and that we should probably advance on that. So there's a whole bunch of those. I mean, and then just some of the language that's actually in this bill, I think it can be tightened up considerably. And we didn't offer amendments because we could see that the writing was on the wall. We're not going to make any changes. If we could, you know, I won't go through the list, but I have a number of these items here that I think are really, you know, we could attach to at some point in a bipartisan way. So with that, I yield back to you, Mr.
Well, thank you for the answer and response. And just quickly, again, I think we missed an opportunity here because we didn't legislate this session. Again, I understand my friend from Texas' point that the urgency is there, and I actually agree with that. I think there is a lot of urgency. I think there was a lot of urgency last year. I think we could have reached a deal. We didn't. So I take my friend from Texas seriously. This will probably pass. It will probably pass with a reduced margin. I think to get anywhere in the Senate, particularly this issue of qualified immunity that my friend from Arizona mentioned is a big one. There's going to have to be some give and take. So hopefully we'll have a productive conference, and then we can go from there. The Senate will be more deliberative this year than it chose to be last year, because I really would like to get something done legislatively on this. And I do think there's considerable overlap between the two sides on this issue, where we could get a really significant piece of legislation through that would improve what the situation that my friend from Texas laid out is just simply not acceptable in this country. So again, with that, Madam Chair, I will yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Mr. Perlmutter.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Biggs, if we were to allow your amendment on de-escalation, will you vote for this bill?
not until we, thanks for the question, Mr. Perlmutter, not until we've had a chance to go and deal with some of the other issues that I think are important, and not the least of which is the language with regard to qualified immunity. I think that's critical. And I think also that there's some other areas.
If we modified the bill to change the qualified immunity and we added your amendment on de-escalation, would you vote for the bill?
Now you're cooking with grease, Mr. Perlmutter, and we can start getting closer. I think that maybe tightening up some other language that would be appropriate. Because there's some of it is just maybe technical in nature. Others of it needs tighter definitions because some of the things are too broad.
All right, I take that as a maybe.
That's fair enough, Mr. Perlmutter.
One thing, Mr. Biggs, you and I are friends, but I have to be a scold because I just bothers me to the nth degree. I am your Democratic friend. I am your Democratic colleague. We have the Democratic majority. We are the Democratic Party. And to the degree I keep hearing Democrat majority, Democrat this, I will begin to call you and others banana Republicans because it's just, disparaging to not describe us properly. And that's my scold for the day. The other thing I wanted to say is the riot, the attack that occurred on January 6th. Mr. Raskin in the impeachment trial put together a 13 minutes of white supremacists, Trump supporters, beating, spraying, and in one instance at least killing police officers, our Capitol police officers. And I am so angry about that. I don't know what to say. And I just, as there's been complaints that this bill defunds police, which it does not, and the bill that we just passed, the American Rescue Plan, in fact, funds police to a substantial degree across the country. But the pictures of that Trump crowd beating our police has given me nightmares, quite frankly. And that anger makes it hard sometimes to negotiate and compromise these kinds of things. We had a similar discussion just now on HR 1. And so I do want to sit down. I do hope we can reach compromise through the conference, as Mr. Cole has suggested. But I got to tell you, those white supremacists beating our police will always stick in my mind. With that, I yield back to the chair.
Mr. Perlmutter, excuse me, Mr. Perlmutter.
Yes, Ms. Jackson.
May I kindly respond to some of the eloquence of your statement? Let me just try to frame very quickly responses that have now been given by my colleagues, both Mr. Cole and Mr. Biggs. First of all, let us look down memory lane very briefly. Donald Trump never put his executive order, which is a Republicans say they supported it, never put it into effect. Scott's Justice Act does not even embrace the executive order. The 1033 program, jurisdiction is by the Judiciary Committee and the Armed Services Committee, still allows equipment. And you can be very assured that if there is a necessity to protect communities through the 1033 program, those assets will be given. This narrows it and makes it relevant to the particular circumstances that officers would want to use military equipment against civilians. I think that's an important point. And then I want to say that we really do have bipartisan support because the Cato Institute, the Cook Foundation, ACLU, and NAACP support our qualified immunity language. let us be very clear, that is language dealing civilly. That deals with the 1983 Civil Rights Statute, which was in the around Reconstruction. And it was created, the qualified immunity was created by the Supreme Court that made the point that if you couldn't find an appellate case that was related to the facts that the police officer was involved in, you could be brutally, unfortunately, violently murdered or injured, then your qualified amendment went out, immunity, your opportunity as a plaintiff went out the courthouse door. This is to give an opportunity for the plaintiff to be in the courthouse and to present their case, and not to give absolute protection to an officer that is engaged in violent or misconduct behavior that winds up resulting in the death of one of our fellow Americans. So it is a fair due process that we have implemented, and we have the support of conservative institutes that believe that it is defensible and it is realistic, and it does not harm the rights of police officers in these civil cases, because this is for civil cases and the violation of the constitutional rights of an American citizen. So again, we had an extensive review of this during our 11-hour markup, and we certainly are open as we go forward, but we think this bill captures both the moment and is legally sound and is also sound as it relates to policy. And thank you, Mr. Perlmutter, for yielding.
Thanks, Ms. Jackson-Lee, and I yield back.
Madam Chair, may I respond to Mr. Perlmutter's comments?
Sure.
Thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. Perlmutter. I want to just let you know, Mr. Perlmutter, we are friends, and I will tell you, I also was angry about what happened on January 6th. I continue to be angry. I really believe that the people that came in here and breached the Capitol, not only did their conduct was a criminal, but it set back, in my opinion, the movement that I've been working so hard at for so many years. I think it really harmed us in a way that's been very difficult to recover from, and I hope we can recover. My hope is that we can recover. But when you say it makes it hard to negotiate and compromise, I get that. I get that. But I am telling you that I believe that the members of Congress should be and can be able to overcome their differences, particularly because I don't know anybody that doesn't feel angry and upset about what happened on January 6th. I think it's time that we can move together and see if we can overcome this. I've had people refuse to get onto my bills who've always gotten on my bills in the past because they won't work with Republicans anymore, they've told me. This is really not the way to get things done, Mr. Perlmutter, and I think you and I both know that. And so I'm hoping that we can all set this aside, and not that you set it aside and forget, but that we move forward in a more collaborative process. And I thank the gentleman for yielding to me, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you, and I hope you're right, and I yield back.
Thank you. I will now recognize Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Mrs. Jackson-Lee, I just have to say, I don't have any questions for you right now, but I'd be remiss if I didn't say it publicly. I truly enjoy working with you. I don't always agree with you, as everybody knows, but you've always been incredibly nice to me, even when I was here, before I was elected, visiting the Capitol. You didn't know me from Adam. You were nice to me then. You've been nice to me ever since. So I truly enjoy your passion. I enjoy working with you, although we don't always agree. Chairman Biggs, Ranking Member Biggs, excuse me. As you know, I'm a big believer in community policing. By the way, somebody is not unmuted. I don't know.
Sorry.
Okay, thanks. As you know, I'm a big believer in community policing. I was a district judge, magisterial district judge, was a defense attorney, was a prosecutor in the Navy. I really think that if we have community policing, it's good. And that starts with school resource officers and works its way up. a discussion for another time on school resource officers. But do you think that this bill does enough to foster community policing and get the police engaged with their communities?
Mr. Biggs, unmute.
Thank you. Thanks for the question, Mr. Riefenfelder. I don't think it's emphasized in this bill. I think community policing is an answer to a lot of the problems that in the larger communities that I'm in, and also in the small rural communities of our district. When you have police officers more engaged and you have the policing from whether it's school resources or working in the community, it seems to ameliorate a lot of the hostility that might naturally occur between the police and the community. So I think that this bill doesn't really get at that. There's nothing in it that really just kind of sticks out in my mind and says, oh, yes, they're really trying to resolve that. And so I think that's perhaps a deficiency of the bill.
So would it be fair to paraphrase what you're saying is that we need police to get out of their cars and to engage in the community, and what this bill does is actually incentivizes the police to unfortunately stay in their cars as out of fares?
Yeah, I think that's fair because, and I'll tell you why that's the incentive is because once you start removing liability protection, you're going to have people making decisions not to engage because there's exposure, and that exposure is not just limited anymore to their professional life. It inures to their family and their personal life, and when that happens, people respond to incentives, and they will stay away.
And then, Ranking Member Biggs, in your opinion, does this bill make our communities more safe or less safe?
I think we're going to have some problems. It's going to be a mixed bag, but I think in many respects it's going to make it less safe because what's going to happen is I see police officers are going to be moving away. They're going to away from the communities. They're going to be making decisions for their personal safety, their family safety, which is different than they are now. They have an inherent desire to be helpful in the community. That's what they want to do. But when you expose them to greater liability and you put handcuffs on them in these ways, I think they're going to be very, very scary about getting involved. And I'll just tell you that the other thing that's happening is you're seeing very, very difficult for officers to be retained right now. And so they don't want to stay, they're concerned, they're leaving places that they feel that are troublesome. They're either leaving the profession altogether or they're going to places that they feel where the community is more supportive of law enforcement. So that makes, in my opinion, many communities will be less safe.
Thank you, Ranking Member Biggs. I appreciate it. And with that, I would
Would the gentleman from Pennsylvania just allow me a moment, please?
Oh, absolutely, Mrs. Jackson.
Let me share my kind thoughts to you, and we miss you, of course, on judiciary. I think it's important to, there are some things that have just, I think, need to be reframed. First of all, you know, we worked on the custodial recording. I want Mr. Biggs to know that that work is still going on. I think it's important to note that in addition to that work, we are also continuing, if you will, to work on the de-escalation is very much a part of this bill. But the other point that I want to make is, again, we have organizations like the Cook Foundation, the Cato Institute, that have really negated the point that this is chasing officers away. Again, this is a two-way street, and no one wants to have a empty, hollow response when they're in an emergency or they need the assistance of those who are dedicated to protect and serve. There's a great deal of respect, as I've seen growing up and even now, in our communities of color for police. Our family members are police officers, but we must have respect for Black Lives Matter and also those who have felt the pain, these families. I've read the roll call of these mothers called Mothers of the Movement, whose children were lost because of bad policing. What the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act does is it lays out a roadmap ending racial profiling and religious profiling, the banning of the chokeholds, all of the people that would have lived if that had not happened. The military equipment still exists, but not to use against civilians unnecessarily or excessively. And what it does is the civil aspect of qualified immunity holds police officers accountable for bad acting, but it also, under the Cato explanation, deals with some of the case law on objectively unreasonable behavior. So there are standards, and both the plaintiff and the officer has the opportunity to be in court. Under the present context of qualified immunity, the plaintiffs don't even get into court. One case in particular that most of you have not heard of, my constituent, Robbie Tolan, a rising baseball player, his father, a pro ball player in the MLB. And he was tracked, racially profiled in a white community where his family lived because, or we call it an integrated community, but mostly white, driving in a van or a SUV that was probably of a higher cost. And an officer tracked him and put the wrong license plate in the report to the station and indicated that the young man had stolen this vehicle, tracked him or followed him all the way to his home. His parents came out and said, "This is our son, this is his home, this is his vehicle." This poor young man was on the ground, spread eagle, and his parents, as I said, were out. And the officer alleged pushed them up against the garage, and the young man lifted himself up and he was shot in the back, nearly paralyzed. He lived, but there were several things wrapped in that: excessive force, racially profiling, a Black man driving a vehicle of a certain amount of money. And they did everything, mortgaged everything for him to have a defense. And the federal court threw his case out because of qualified immunity. It went back, it went all the way to the Supreme Court, forgive me for this story, and it came back to the district court to get a new trial, and they threw it out again on qualified immunity. So I think that we can find common ground, but you need to do more research to understand that qualified immunity deals with a civil aspect of constitutional rights under Section 1983, and it does not, under the bill that we've written, deprive an officer of his or her right to be in court and to make their case, but it does give the ability for a plaintiff to finally get their day in court and not to be immediately ruled out because they can't find an appellate case that has the exact same facts of their case. It's really important to us, and it's a passionate part of this bill that many people are concerned about fairness. I think our officers, by and large, across this nation are fair and just individuals. Once we get a protocol for dealing with the community, we'll see a cooperative spirit, both between community and police, is what we all want. I yield back, and I thank the gentleman for his courtesies, and I've enjoyed working with him as well. I thank him for his courtesies.
Thank you, and likewise. And with that, I would yield back my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Raskin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to just salute Sheila Jackson-Lee for her magnificent leadership on this legislation, which has so many critical features like banning the use of chokeholds and carotid holds in the police departments, the articulation of the use of deadly force only as a last resort to repel deadly force, which is the common sense principle that really needs to obtain in a free society. The use of body cams and dashboard cameras. So I think it's long overdue, and it's a very important piece of legislation, and I want to thank her. I wanted to go back to the conversation that was taking place between Mr. Biggs and Mr. Perlmutter, which I thought was so interesting and edifying in terms of how we're going to get to common ground on reform of policing and criminal justice. And Mr. Perlmutter, expressed his consternation and his pain about what had taken place in terms of the violent insurrectionary riot on January the 6th. I heard Mr. Biggs to say that, he understood why our colleague was angry and upset, and he said he didn't know anyone who wasn't angry or upset about it, and he shared those feelings because it had set back the movement that he's been working part of. But I want to say that the problem for a lot of us is that the person who was singly most responsible for inciting those events, Donald Trump, has never stated that he was angry or upset about what took place. On the contrary, he tweeted out at 6:01 p.m. on January 6th, at the end of the day, "We love you, you're very special," to the people who committed those violent acts against American democracy, against the Republic, against the House of Representatives, against the Senate. I say that because, we did give Donald Trump the opportunity to come and testify in the Senate, and he refused to do so. He refused to clarify how he felt, which I think was not only a betrayal of his country and his oath of office, but a betrayal of the people that he sent into battle, daring them to be strong and not to show weakness, but to show strength. And he couldn't even show up to say whether or not he still agreed with the people that he sent into battle. So I agree with Lindsey Graham, who said they could have had a bomb. We all could have died. Those people got into our buildings without going through security. They got into our buildings without any kind of background check. A lot of them were armed. And we know that 5 people died that day. We lost 2 other officers afterwards. But I am cheered that, Mr. Biggs is striking a different tone today, and I appreciate that. I hope, and then, maybe I'd ask you, Mr. Biggs, I don't want to press my luck in terms of finding too much common ground, but I hope this is there too. Would you agree also that it was not Antifa that waged an attack on us, that this was the mob, as Congresswoman Cheney said, that was summoned by Donald Trump and assembled by Donald Trump and sent into battle by Donald Trump, and it was not Antifa? And there's a front page article in the New York Times today talking about how that lie got started. But would you agree that it was not Antifa that waged this attack? That's for Mr. Biggs.
Mr. Biggs, you need to unmute, sir.
Thank you. I'm always fascinated that how you want to relitigate this thing again and again and again. Look, we know that there were people who supported Donald Trump in that group. We know that there were rabble-rousers of some kind. I've read the New York Times piece that you're referring to. I'm not sure I accept all of their suppositions that they make. But what I will say is this. I am angry at them, at everybody who came in. I am angry at what they did to the police officers. I'm angry at what they've done to besmirch what I thought was an excellent presidency of Donald Trump. I also disagree with your suppositions that he's the instigator of this. I've watched it. I've watched the videos you've shown. I thought that having tried lots of cases, I never could have gotten away with the selective editing that you did. I thought that I was disappointed at that. You were trying to make your case. You and I disagree on some of these things, Mr. Raskin. Some of these things I think we can. I'm trying to say at some point, while we have fundamental disagreements on January 6th, maybe you think Donald Trump was the instigator. I think less so than that. But I think when we start talking about specific pieces of legislation, I'm trying to understand why Democrats say, I'm not going to let you co-sponsor my colon cancer legislation because you're a Republican and the January 6th incident. I'm trying to figure out why you want to relitigate this over and over again. Well, the reality is, if you're seeking unity and you're seeking healing, then what you do is, that's what you do. You seek healing, you seek forgiveness, and you try to get it.
Let me just reclaim my time for a second and see if I can
Yeah, go
advance
ahead.
the conversation a little bit, because I think we are at least listening to each other. As to selective editing, it's interesting that there was no presentation of video evidence about the violent insurrection instigated by the president by his lawyer. So they certainly could have done their own job of presenting it. We did 14 or 15 hours of presentation of the evidence, and they, of course, did a propaganda reel of other people using the word fight, which had nothing to do with the issue. So I'm not quite sure what the argument on the other side is, and I'd be delighted to see what you think was a misrepresentation of what took place. But in any event, but my question for you is, how are we going to move on as a Congress in a country if you say everybody's angry or upset, but Donald Trump is not angry or upset, and people continue to support him? He went out and made a speech yesterday, which I watched very carefully, where he never said he was angry or upset about what had happened. Those people tried to kill us. They wanted to kill the Vice President of the United States of America, Donald Trump's own Vice President. They were looking for Nancy Pelosi, and they said that they wanted to put a bullet in her friggin' brain. And who says they're not going to come back again? They're talking about March 4th. And I think you can see how that would put a little bit of damper on bipartisan collaboration on other things. So how are we going to deal with that problem that Donald Trump has expressed no anger or remorse about any of the events that took place? If he had nothing to do with it, as some people are insisting, why doesn't he just denounce it?
Well, okay, so I believe he has denounced it. I think he has condemned it. You don't think he has, right? So that I find, okay, is that really the reason that I have to walk through a magnetometer? We know
Some of your colleagues want to bring guns to the House floor.
We know.
And we don't know who they're going to use them against.
We know that in our security briefings, they gave us very clear information that there is no threat, no intelligence indicating that any member of Congress is a threat to anybody else in Congress. That's what they told us twice. The question was asked twice, just last week. When former President Trump conceded to President Joe Biden, he condemned the violent supporters who stormed the nation's Capitol. That's what he did. I mean, that's from a news report.
He did? Okay, yes. Well.
The point I guess I'm trying to make is,
when Donald Trump wants to condemn something, usually you know about it, right? Like stop the steal, which he repeated thousands of times, which was based on a lie. And it'd be nice to hear you say that that's a lie too. But in any event, when he wanted to stop the steal, he said, stop the steal. He never said, stop the riot, stop the insurrection, stop the violence. And afterwards, all I heard him say was, I love you.
Well, see, that you and I heard two very different things. I heard him say stop. And this is, I guess what Mr. Perlmutter and I were talking about overcoming this. I didn't know that when I was coming in on the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, that you and I were going to have a debate about the credibility of the impeachment process here in the House and your efforts to impeach President Trump. That if that's really what's going to happen on every bill and every thought about who gets to move to a bipartisan position, so where I get to sign on to a Democrat bill that I believe in, or vice versa, we're going to go back. But you know what? When Mr. Raskin presented the impeachment case, he presented this. Where are you on that? I mean, is that really what we've come to? Is that it? I want to know, because that's what you're making.
I'm reclaiming my time now, Mr. Biggs, because we've come to a lot worse than that. We've come to an armed, violent insurrection in our own building. And the question is whether we're all going to stand together against that, clearly, categorically, or some of us are going to obfuscate and equivocate on it. That's the issue. And I think that is the problem in terms of us rebuilding a consensus going forward. But I appreciate your comments today because I think you're saying at least that you were angry about the violence that took place. You were upset about it. That moves us a teeny bit forward, even though we're not confronting the elephant in the room, which is Donald Trump's refusal to condemn in a full-throated way what took place and to denounce the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers and the 3% and the people that were the inner ring of that coup against America. All right, I want to come back now to Ms. Jackson Lee, finally, because what we're talking about here with policing is really the social contract, right? Because the whole reason, if you go back and you read any of the social contract theorists, whether it's John Locke or Thomas Hobbes or Jean-Jacques Rousseau, all of them said the reason that we enter into organized society is because we'll be safer inside of it than we would be if we stay outside of it in a state of nature, which, you know, Hobbes famously described as solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. So we enter into it and then we give up certain rights in order to get the security of being part of society. But in order for that to work, the police have got to be protecting the people and not be a threat to the people, right? And that's something that the framers of the Constitution recognized immediately. They said, we will enter into organized society, said Madison, and we will have government, but then first you've got to protect the people against ourselves in terms of random violence that takes place, but then you've got to protect the people against the government and the police, because now you've got people who are carrying guns, who have authority, and how do you do it? So the work that you're engaged in is essential for us to be able to make democracy work in this century for everybody. And it's not partisan, and it's not geographic, and it's for all citizens, for us to be able to be safe and secure, right? So my question for you is, in moving forward the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act, how is it that we can get support outside of all of the partisan conflicts that were created over the last 4 years, these efforts to divide the country and polarize the country against itself? But it was a very conscious political strategy. How do we get beyond that to say that this Justice in Policing Act is something that is going to give security to every single American, and also to our police officers who are part of our family too, like the thousands who defended us against that riotous, violent mob unleashed on us by Donald Trump on January 6th.
Congressman Raskin, thank you so very much for yielding, and I might say, Professor Raskin, for that very four corners understanding of who we are as a democracy. Our democracy is a continuing set of Legos or building blocks. It continues to have moving pieces. And its legitimacy and its strength comes from the idea that when things are broken, we fix it. It was certainly broken on January 6th. Not only were lives jeopardized, but we mourned the visible beating of officers in our very eyes after we saw the video from individuals who had no respect for law and order. This legislative construct, the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, not only stands on the shoulders of families who have mourned, but it has a historical context. Because when policing was organized in the 1800s, they were used to capture escaping slaves. It has a racial context. What we're trying to do is to build policing for the 21st century. It could be called the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act for the 21st century. We're trying to protect police, to develop opportunities for enhanced interaction with the community. I didn't mention that we have a whole funding component on reimagining police, dollars going to communities where they will work with designing relationships, ending racial profiling, which intimidates so many, and religious profiling. It could be that you're wearing clothing that indicates you're a Muslim, or you could be wearing a yarmulke, or you could be wearing a Sikh attire, anything that shows that. And as well to, again, talk about de-escalation, training, accreditation. 18,000 police departments and no accreditation in the 21st century. So we try to build the social contract where there is respect for the citizen that you are to protect, as well as to ensure that crime is not the dominant force against innocent civilians. If I might use the horrible or rage that we're having of incidences against our friends who are Asian Americans, we are asking police officers and the federal authorities to deal with this unseemly attack on our friends, and we will demand a response. That's law and order. In addition, let me correct anyone that suggests that eliminating qualified immunity would negatively impact recruitment, retention of police officers because they would fear being sued. I can tell you young officers are still signing up to be police officers, college graduates. First of all, the Fourth Amendment gives deference to police officers of the Constitution. We know that police officers are indemnified and they're not personally held liable for these cases. But what this does is it gives confidence to the community that they have a right when they are suffering, like the family in California that lost their son right in their home, I think in their living room, or when George Floyd's family watched it on television for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. That's why we cry out, say his name, say his name. Then that's what we're trying to do, to have a cemented social contract that in fact provides the constitutional protections. And then, as you well know, Section 242 deals with making sure that there is a greater pathway for criminal accountability. And by the way, there's a statement of the administration that looks forward to supporting the House bill, working with the Senate, and moving that bill to the president's desk. That will be the social contract that will make it better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I yield back to you, Ms. Torres. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And before calling on the next member, I just want to take a moment for a personal privilege to say to you, Mr. Biggs, that I hear you and I very much, like you, want to heal and forgive. In this panel, myself and Chairwoman Jackson Lee were not as fortunate as some of you to have been led to safety. We were pinned down in the hall just across from where we are right now for 45 minutes. I didn't know if I was going to be able to go home to my family after that. I want to heal from that. But every time I see those bloody pictures of those officers being crushed, being beaten with our American flag, these are our Capitol Police officers. They were so brave when they were sent to work without the proper equipment, utilizing their bodies to save our lives. I want to take this moment to thank that officer who fired that shot right below to where I was pinned down, right below that floor, because he saved our lives. So I want to heal too, and I want to get past this. But I cannot do that until I see justice. And so far, that has not happened. So be patient with members like myself that continue to have those triggers. Because just like you, I do believe that Blue Lives Matter too. My son is a police officer and I love him dearly and I do support.
Come in so you can take pictures, please.
However, I also believe that the Black and brown officers that wear that blue uniform, that their lives also matter. So with that, I apologize to the committee for taking up some personal time. Let me now recognize Ms. Fishbach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to once again point out that this is one of those bills that did not have a hearing this year, and that 62 members of this body were not involved in the markups or had any input. And those new members actually do deserve the opportunity to be involved. And so sending these things right to the floor, I think, cuts them out. But I am just wondering, Chair Jackson Lee, how involved were the police groups? I'm very concerned about the police organizations having input into putting this legislation together, because I worked with them quite extensively in the state legislature, and I know that they, given the fact that they've got to implement things and they're involved, and they are good people, and they want to make sure that their profession is handled professionally and to the best that they can. And so I want to make sure that they had significant input into this legislation.
Thank you very much. We know that the Law Enforcement Partnership and National Organization of Black Law Enforcement are supporting the legislation. The major chiefs, we had a witness from the major chiefs who indicated their interest in a number of provisions. We were represented in that meeting by Chief Acevedo, Art Acevedo, who happens to be the chief of the Police Department of the City of Houston. And he indicated his continued interest in recommendations involving banning the use of the techniques that require manipulation of the neck, affirmative requirement for peace officers to immediately intervene and report acts of misconduct, preservation of life standard requirement in response to resistance, use of force policies, mandate ongoing crisis intervention training, mandate de-escalation training on a continued basis, and mandate cultural competence, implicit bias training, and standardization of laws and policy governing the release of body-worn camera. Many of those ideas are certainly in this particular legislation, and we will continue to work with our friends in law enforcement. So some have supported it, and we've engaged with a number of them. As we make our way to the Senate, you can be assured we will continue to work with law enforcement across the spectrum. But we are engaging with them, we're listening to them, and we hope that they will give us more ideas as we make our way to the United States Senate.
And because, like Ranking Member Cole, there are a lot of organizations and chiefs in my district that have expressed concern with the legislation as it is now. And so I really think that if we are going to have workable changes, that we need to absolutely positively have that kind of support from police officers and those guys that are doing the hard work of protecting us. And I know you know Congressman Stauber. You're familiar with him, and I know that he's a former police officer, and he has offered legislation using his firsthand experience as an officer. And can you talk about how this approach is better than what he's introduced, or maybe you haven't had the opportunity to compare them?
Would you characterize his legislation briefly, please?
Oh, I guess I don't have the details of it. I know he's got it. And I was under the impression that he's had a discussion with you regarding some of his ideas, and had some discussions with you about that.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry. And maybe you're not
First of all, let me first of all say that I know that Congresswoman Bass, the Judiciary Committee, myself, the chairman, had an open mind for a very long period of time as we crafted this bill. Urgency, of course, was generated by what I don't think most Americans had ever seen in visible color, if you will, and that was the killing of George Floyd. As I indicated in my opening remarks, technology has generated a new experience, just as technology showed members of Congress who were locked down, who were frightened for their life, just as they were fearful and did not see what happened on the Capitol steps until afterwards. we're now beginning to see what's happening with police officers. But we know across America, officers take the oath to protect and serve, and they do that. I think there's a misnomer, and we'd be happy to talk to your chief or anyone else, that the provisions of qualified immunity, which is well detailed in the Cato report, that indicates that there are many protections that the officer will still have. The Fourth Amendment they will have. And all that the qualified amendment does is give constitutional rights to the plaintiff as well as the officer, allows them into court. It doesn't block the plaintiff that has lost a loved one or been injured by a misconduct of a police officer from getting into the court. As relates to, I don't know if you mentioned this, Section 242, that's criminal liability. And of course, that has to do with changing the standard from willfulness to knowingly and reckless. And so we're ready to talk to officers. We truly believe that in talking to officers, they will find that this does change the construct between the community. This opens the opportunity for dialogue. As Congressman Raskin said, it creates the social contract. It builds on democracy. That's what we would like to do. This is the House version that has been subjected to an extensive markup, long hearing, and we believe this is ready to go to the floor and ready to go to the Senate, and more work will be engaged at that time.
Thank you. And I would be remiss, since there is discussion about the January 6th riot, if I didn't remind people regarding the week and a half long riots that happened in Minneapolis, that not only officers were at risk, but citizens. There was significant businesses that were burned down to the ground, a police precinct. And so, you know, I think we can all agree that those riots are bad, but we need to agree that all of the riots are bad, and that scarred my home state in the city of Minneapolis when we had a week and a half, and it continues. There was additional, not to that scale, but certainly there was additional protests and things going on in Minnesota after the aftermath of the incident. But I did want to just give Congressman Biggs, Ranking Member Biggs, the opportunity. I know that there was a few things that he wanted to just kind of wrap up, and so I want to yield to him and give him the opportunity to just say a few words.
I'll get it right. I'll get it right sooner or later. Madam Chair, I thank the gentlelady for yielding to me, and I addressed the chair and asked if I might enter into the record two important news articles. One dated January 7th by the Associated Press entitled "Trump Condemns Capitol Insurrection, Acknowledges New Administration to be Inaugurated," wherein he spoke out against the violence, calling it a heinous attack that left him outraged by the violence, lawlessness, and mayhem. And secondarily, there's been some discussion about whether it's hard to retain officers, and so I want to introduce a piece called "Disturbing Trend. Montgomery County sees higher crime coupled with police retention problems," and the police chief there admits that it's because partially they're losing officers because of intense public and media scrutiny of policing practices. And I thank the gentlelady for yielding, and I'll yield that.
Without objection.
Gentlelady, did my friend Mr. Biggs finish, or is he getting ready to speak? I'm asking for the
My understanding is
Ms.
Mr. Biggs is finished.
Madam, would you be kind enough to yield? I did not hear the word Scott. I'm so sorry. We have obviously been engaged with Senator Scott, and we hope to continue to be engaged with Senator Scott. But Senator Scott's legislation does not even embrace the executive order. And as I'm looking at it, it doesn't even embrace the idea of banning chokeholds. It is relied on collecting data. It establishes a duty to intervene. and mandates body cameras. And those are all very important elements, but it does not ban chokeholds. It doesn't ban no-knock warrants in drug cases. It doesn't ban racial profiling. And it certainly doesn't require deadly force to only be used as a last resort. This is a significant moment in history. I think the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act, again, captures the social contract between society and police, because we as Americans heretofore have subjected ourselves to law and order because it is part of the building blocks of democracy. But when you do not have a fair social contract, when you as a civilian, a citizen, are concerned about chokeholds, concerned about no knocks, Breonna Taylor would be alive today if the no lock provision was in place. And as indicated, Eric Garner and George Floyd would be alive today if the chokehold was banned. So we certainly welcome the Senate's engagement, but we could not find a way to embrace legislation that was initially offered by a very good man and very, I'm sure, committed and dedicated senator that did not have any embrace of what would need to be in a reconstruct of the social contract between people of color, the American people, and our police. Again, to put us back where we should be of mutual respect. I just wanted to correct, I did not hear you correctly, and thank you for yielding and allowing me to provide you with that insight. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, maybe I should call on Ranking Member Biggs to give us an idea. I think he may be familiar with Congressman Stauber's legislation, and if he could potentially give us some idea of how this approach provides a better solution. Ranking Member Biggs.
Thank you, Representative Fishbach. I'm embarrassed to say that I haven't looked at it recently, but I did talk with him last year when he was working on it, and he's a former police chief and a rank and file officer. So we discussed everything from training, and he actually supports many of the provisions that are in here. He thinks they're good, but he also provides some additional provisions that I think are important. And I would hope that we would get a chance to give that bill a good look over when this comes back on conference. So I'm sorry, I can't tell you more about that. I'm sorry.
All right, well, thank you, Ranking Member. And I guess I think this may just show a little bit of why having those markups and having those hearings on things like this, particularly this year, would have been very important, so that there was the kind of input that we need to make sure that these kinds of legislations that's going to change the way we police, have our police officers work, that we make sure that we have all of the input and that we don't rush things through, because I always say haste does not make for good legislation all of the time. And so I appreciate the opportunity, and I yield back, Madam Chair.
Ms. Scanlon.
Hi, thank you. Representative Jackson Lee, I come from Philadelphia, and our former police chief, Charles Ramsey, who was also the police chief in DC, was one of the co-chairs of the Presidential Task Force on 21st Century Policing, which came out with 59 recommendations in 2015. That task force obviously was established in the wake of the shootings in 2014, Michael Brown in Ferguson, et cetera. Is there a relationship between the recommendations from the 2015 Presidential Task Force recommendations and what's in this bill?
Congresswoman Scanlon, thank you so very much for that question. And more importantly, thank you for your service on the Judiciary Committee. Absolutely right. As you well know, in the past administration, to our dismay, they dismantled pattern and practice, consent decrees, which have been lifesavers for cities like Baltimore, I believe Detroit and Chicago, And so, yes, we used the very hard work of that particular task force that really had Chief Ramsey, also the former chief of police of Washington, D.C., certainly long years of experience. So police officers were on that particular task force. And I think it came about post Eric Garner. We don't mention Trayvon Martin, but he was under color of law because of the fact that this individual allegedly was supposed to be a civilian patrol, and the same thing with Mr. Arbery. But the idea, they took a lot of that work, the chokeholds information, the idea of training was very important. The accreditation was very important. We took that on the Law Enforcement Trust and Integrity Act, which was embedded in this bill, and to be able to hold police accountable. But again, to use that term to redo the relationship between police and community, I think when you have mutual respect, you have harmony, you have the ability to work together, and you have the ability to get things done. So yes, that was a marker, if you will, that we started from, and that document was very important to us.
Yeah, and I think Chief Ramsey, in discussing the work that they've done, which, as you noted, included police forces across the country, he referred to the need for good constitutional policing. You know, so police officers that are being held up to the standards we have to hold them to, but also are able to protect their communities. You know, we've heard a little bit of talk about whether we need more hearings here. I personally feel like there's a lot of urgency to get this across the plate and as soon as possible. The killing of George Floyd took place on May 25th. The bills in this package, in large part, we were able to move through the House about a month later. But that doesn't mean that we haven't lost so many members of our community since then. And I want to mention one in particular. Walter Wallace Jr. was a young man in his 20s in Philadelphia on October 26, when he was having a mental breakdown. His family called for help from 911. And when they called 911, they were sent police officers, and those police officers ended up at his house. And within minutes of arriving there, Walter Wallace had been shot dead. So he was having a mental breakdown. His mother was with him on the street, crying to the police officers, don't shoot him, you know, he's having a problem. And the police officers apparently, well, there was no de-escalation. They did not have non-lethal weapons such as tasers. How is the George Floyd Act going to help with respect to someone like Walter Wallace who needs mental health assistance rather than an armed confrontation?
It specifically addresses a new approach to policing, absolute training of de-escalation, but it requires certification. As I indicated, 18,000 police departments, some as small as 2, but no training whatsoever. There has to be a recognition of a different treatment for those who are having a mental crisis. Your constituent, and as well, you knew there was an incident in Rochester, New York, which ultimately wound up with an individual who was unclothed in the cold, obviously having a mental crisis and also maybe dealing with substance. And that person did not wind up living because a paper bag was put over their head. There are many different ways that this bill pierces into the training so that you knew the duty to intervene. What happened to the other officer, whoever was acting, with all the actors, all officers doing the same thing? Was there not one officer who felt enough protection by the law to say I should, or the obligation of the law to intervene? I think this, besides also having pattern and practice, that if there is sufficient number of these actions at a police department, then the DOJ would go into determining that and then getting a consent decree to get them to clean up their treatment of their citizens. What we want to do is to give answers to police officers and relief to those that they protect and serve. I think that's what we want to do, to create more dialogue, safety for all, and the idea that police officers will be able to be in communities, as many are across the nation, and feel that there's a partnership in protecting the community, and as well a respect for them to go home to their families. So this bill tracks the task force. and really works to respond to some of those concerns.
And I appreciate that. It's been extremely frustrating to hear this whole discussion framed as Black Lives Matter versus Blue Lives Matter, because of course that is not what we're talking about here. What you mentioned with police forces wanting to have the training, materials, the equipment, just the knowledge base to be able to address situations in their communities in a respectful manner is something that we've heard. I have over 50 police forces in my district, and we hear, particularly from the smaller ones, that they need help to be able to live up to standards. So we really appreciate your work to move this bill forward, and with that, I would yield back.
Madam Congresswoman, if I might indicate that there are grant programs that we've established to help small communities and small police departments. We welcome them. We know small communities and small police departments, but we're giving them grant programs through the Attorney General to conduct independent investigations, but as well to provide them dollars to certify their officers, give them training, which will make their departments much better.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I yield back.
Mr. Burgess.
I'll hold on questions for now. I have some amendments later on, but I'll pass for this at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Morelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me first express my gratitude to Ms. Jackson Lee for her extraordinary leadership, and she's made such a compelling series of arguments today, and I think we all have an enormous debt of gratitude to her. I wanted to not only express my support for the rule and the underlying legislation, but we all, I think, look at this through our lived and learned experience and what's happened in our community. And in the last year, 2 incidents in Rochester, New York, that I have the privilege of representing jump out to me about the importance of really having, and I don't like this term, it seems cliched, but literally a profound shift in our paradigm around policing. And I think this legislation is aimed directly at that. About a year ago, a gentleman by the name of Daniel Prude, who lived in, had a brother, Joe, who lives in Rochester. Mr. Prude was having a mental health crisis, and in the early morning hours of late March of last year, his brother called a mental health arrest in, called 911. The police showed up, and it was, as is wont to be often the case in Rochester, was snowing in late March. On a cold, snowy night, Mr. Prude, who was naked, was put face down in the middle of the street, handcuffed. Police officers stood around. One ultimately, even though Mr. Prude made no attempts at resisting, officer knelt on his back. They put a spit hood over his head. And ultimately, Mr. Prude was put into an ambulance, but died of asphyxiation in police custody in the hospital several days later. A month ago, a 9-year-old girl in Rochester, New York, who police had been summoned because of a 911 call, found her in the middle of a family disturbance and tried to restrain her. Her mother had indicated some concern over the young girl's potential to harm herself or others. But in the course of trying to deal with her, Rochester police officers handcuffed her. And then, because she desperately wanted to see her father, who she kept calling for, and at one point a police officer said to her, "You're acting like a child." The 9-year-old replied, "I am a child." They ultimately pepper sprayed her in the eyes to get her inside a police vehicle. These, as you can imagine, in a community in upstate New York, have led to massive protests and demonstrations about the appropriate use of police actions against these 2 individuals. Mr. Prude should be alive today. Shouldn't have died. And the young girl should have had aid and comfort in a moment of incredible distress to her. Both are African Americans. Both retreated with, and I am no expert on police protocol, police procedures, not what I have a history of knowing much about. But I do know that in both cases, a degree of humanity and care and concern and bringing together the right services to intervene would have led to far less dramatic outcomes. I think Mr. Prude would be alive today if we had a far better system of bringing mental health services to mental health arrests. I point this out only because each one of our communities has been beset by these challenges. And I appreciate the bold, decisive move to advance this legislation and much other legislation like it. But this is critically important at a time, and I really appreciate. I think Ms. Jackson Lee said this, but others have said it as well. You know, those who want to see this as a binary question of you're either for Black Lives Matter or Blue Lives Matter, it misses the point entirely. This cannot be a binary question. We can't make a choice here because it's a false choice. What we need to do is reform policing. And I appreciate my colleagues on both sides who have said many people in the law enforcement community see this as clearly as we do. That reform is not only desirable, it's essential if we're ever going to get after the deep, divisive, long history of structural racism in this country. So I just point out that my community continues to suffer, continues to be in pain. I think this action today and hopefully in the next several days when we pass this in the House, and I look forward to the Senate acting and this getting to the president's desk, but this is an important, critical step in our efforts to heal this country and to bring justice for everyone. And with that, I yield back.
Ms. Morelli, if I might, Ms. Morelli.
Desanier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to commend Congresswoman Jackson Lee and everyone who's put so much hard work into this effort. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor and look forward to it passing the House and the committee.
Thank you, Ms. Ross.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much to Congresswoman Jackson Lee for bringing this important legislation forward. We've talked a little bit about how some of the freshmen didn't get a chance to deal with this in judiciary or during the markup. I would just point out that this legislation has been a long time coming, and I feel very comfortable moving forward on it. I believe that the public is ready for it, has been ready for it for a long time. And before I just give my brief remarks that I had been thinking about before, I just want to say one thing about qualified immunity. I am an attorney, and I want you to know that, you know, if we say that we accept the law of qualified immunity of the past, that means we're frozen in time. It means that no one can ever be held accountable for anything where our mores have changed, where our society has changed. If we say that somebody has to have had that exact same thing already ruled on by our courts from a time past, then it means we cannot have the law evolve. I am proud to say that the Fourth Circuit recently had some evolution in the qualified immunity space this year, but we need to understand that what was okay in the past is simply not okay now. And it probably wasn't okay back then. It largely wasn't, but we can't accept that the law does not adapt to the times. And I just want to bring that up for qualified immunity. We all know that last summer our nation reached a tipping point with grief for George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and countless other Black and Brown Americans killed by police. And the nation exploded into action. And I would say in the main, that was positive action. Tens of millions of Americans of all races participated in racial justice protests in 2020, estimated to be the largest movement in American history. And I can tell you, I live 5 blocks from downtown Raleigh. And I saw people who I have never seen participate in a protest, largely Caucasians, out on the street showing their solidarity and their support during this very, very difficult moment. And so what happened? Last year, this House met the people's call with the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. And I'm glad we're taking this transformative legislation up today at a time when it can become law. My state of North Carolina is no stranger to bias in policing and systemic racism. I mean, it is part of the South. But I want you to know that it has moved forward. And in my time, I worked to pass the South's first anti-racial profiling bill with support from the African-American head of our highway patrol and some bipartisan support in North Carolina. And I firmly believe that we need to take this kind of action to the national stage. This bill builds on efforts to prohibit federal, state, and local law enforcement from discriminatory profiling. And that is what is at the root of what happens later. It also mandates training on profiling and requires law enforcement to collect data on police encounters. It also creates many other critical measures that we've talked about today, but getting to this root of profiling is crucial. We have to protect our people, protect and serve our people. I'm proud to support the bill. I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
I know, I'm a milk chocolate kind of guy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I just respond to, very briefly to, unless you're going to give us.
Because we are way beyond our time.
Thank you so very much. Congressman Ross, thank you so very much for that summarization. And to Mr. Morelli, let me point you to section 306 in the legislation. Thank you for your words dealing with crisis intervention, because police officers should not and do not want to be social workers. And so we've looked at that and we understand that is something that needs to be corrected for the relationship to be strengthened. But we also know that that behavior of those officers evidence police misconduct, or at least bad judgment. And a gentleman lost his life, and a young girl is probably traumatized for the rest of her life. As it relates to the issue of qualified immunity, Congressman Ross, thank you for both your interpretation or your analysis, as well as your work on interracial profiling, which is in this legislation against racial and religious profiling, where we've seen people lose their life because they have been profiled. And that is a young autistic young man in Colorado who was stopped on the streets and misidentified. And he was stopped primarily because he was an African American. So the names that we called out today, Eric Garner, Michael Brown, and Laquan McDonald, Tamir Rice, Walter Scott, Freddie Gray, Sandra Bland, Robbie Tolan, Pamela Turner, Danny Ray Thomas, Abdou Diablo, Sean Bell, only a few numbers, Mr. Blake, Mr. Brooks, Mr. Aubrey, just a few names that we were able to see because of technology, just a sample of why we need this renewed responsibility and relationship between police and community. So I would ask my colleagues to realize that the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act has life. It has families who are mourning. It has the George Floyd family who every day has to be reminded of 8 minutes and 46 seconds. And what I will just say is that it is constitutionally grounded, and it gives us an opportunity for a new start for police and community, in no way diminishes the respect for law enforcement or diminishes the respect for the rights of all people. And I would ask my colleagues to have this legislation go to the floor and for us to be able to debate it. I thank Karen Bass, Chairman Nadler, the Judiciary Committee, Congressional Black Caucus, and all of my colleagues, almost 200 that are sponsoring this time. And we look forward to more of those on the floor of the House. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. Does any other member of the committee wish to ask a question? Seeing none, I would like to thank our witnesses for their testimony. You are now excused. I want to welcome our next panel, Honorable Pete Stauber and Honorable Debbie Lesko from Arizona.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for providing, Ms. Lesko, thank you for providing testimony today. Any written materials that you submit to rules.documents@mail.house.gov before the conclusion of this hearing will, without objection, be entered into the record. I now recognize the gentleman, Stauber from Minnesota.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's great to be with you all, and I've listened to the dialogue, wonderful dialogue throughout the afternoon.
You're very low volume, sir. Can you speak up or get closer to your mic?
Okay. I just appreciate the opportunity to be with you all today, and for the opportunity to speak on my amendment to HR 1280, the George Floyd Justice Act and Policing of 2021. My amendment, which is a substitute amendment, would replace the language HR 1280 with my bill, the Justice Act, legislation that received bipartisan bicameral support last Congress. You know, before I had the privilege of serving my constituents in the House of Representatives, I served my hometown of Duluth, Minnesota as a law enforcement officer for over 2 decades. You know, when I watched the video of George Floyd dying at the hands of Minneapolis police officers who served under the same oath, I was at a loss for words. What I saw in that video goes against everything I stood for as a law enforcement officer. With over 2 decades of experience, however, I can tell you that the overwhelming majority of police officers are good and moral people. No one dislikes a bad police officer more than a good police officer. They dedicate their lives to keeping their community safe, sometimes placing themselves in harm's way in order to do so. I might not be here today without the actions of the Duluth Police Department. You see, on December 15th of 1995, a career criminal tried to take my life. I was off duty at the time, and he shot through my truck window, and the bullet struck me in the head. By the grace of God, I'm here today. And as I waited for that criminal to finish me off, because I had no idea who was coming after me, I heard the police sirens. And I couldn't wait for those sirens to get closer because I knew help was on the way. And as those sirens got closer and louder, I said, I prayed, please, whoever's trying to kill me, don't do it. And when the first squad car came into that gas station and raced and parked next to my vehicle, I knew at that time that whoever was trying to take my life was not going to do it because I had a police officer with me. So every time for 23 years that I turned on those red lights and sirens, it meant whomever is in danger, you hear the sirens, we're coming to you. We're going to help you, whatever it is you called for. Hang on, we're going to be there. With all this in mind, I know that members of this body do not want to inadvertently make our communities and law enforcement officers less safe. But the Justice and Policing Act will make that a reality. And that is why I'm asking you to accept my amendment. The Justice Act that Senator Scott and I wrote together. He wrote it coming from his perspective as a Black man growing up in South Carolina. I wrote it as, from my perspective, as a white male police officer in the state of Minnesota. The Justice Act increases body cameras and implements duty to intervene and de-escalation training. It improves hiring and recruitment practices. It reinvigorates the principles of community policing to rebuild the relationships between law enforcement officers and the communities they serve. Beyond these critical provisions, I would like to point out that the Justice Act includes several bills that have been supported by Democrats. It includes the Walter Scott Notification Act, which was co-sponsored by Democrats, and that's the use of force reporting. It includes the National Criminal Justice Commission Act, which was authored by a Democrat, the Best Practices Commission. It includes the Closing the Law Enforcement Consent Loophole Act, which was introduced by a Democrat and co-sponsored by 34 Democrats. It includes the Justice for Victims of Lynching Act, which was introduced by Vice President Harris and received bipartisan support in both the House and the Senate. So we know police reform is needed. And quite frankly, if you read the Justice Act, many of those reforms should have been done a long time ago. That we can all agree on. So let's heed President Biden's words from his inaugural address and put something on the floor that has received bipartisan support. I know it's not the way we usually do things around here, but I think it's a great start. And with that, I want to just give you my perspective and add some comments to this. In 2020, there were 264 police officers killed around our nation. Every single day, approximately 600,000 911 calls are put out throughout the country. 240 million calls per year of 911 requests. As Congresswoman Jackson Lee talked about, I want to just talk about some things in the Justice Act: the transparency, the use of force reporting. That is critical in all aspects, from the use of force, whether it's deadly force, officer presence, intermediate weapons, all the way to deadly force. And I want to talk about no-knock warrants. I served 9 years on our tactical response team. I went in on no-knock warrants. They're not fun, but when you do them right and you train for them and you put forth best practices, you can succeed in nobody getting hurt, or at least the chances of somebody getting hurt, suspect, any witnesses, the police officers themselves, or bystanders. I asked a known drug dealer who is off drugs now. I asked him, I said, there's certain people that want to ban no-knock warrants. Tell me what you think. And he used a foul language, and he said, when we're dealing drugs and we have the opportunity to be taken in by the police, the chances of us using force against the police and using deadly force is real, because we're not going to jail for 20 or 30 years. Now, the Justice Act says we're going to allow no-knock warrants, but we're going to take data from every single no-knock warrant, whether there was officer involved, use of force against the officer, and we're going to gather that, and we're going to put best practices forward. I read parts of that Breonna Taylor report. I couldn't believe what I read. When you put best practices that are in the Justice Act, you watch that threshold of that building from start to finish, you bring the best trained tactical response team and solve the crime. I have entered houses to arrest murder suspects that we had and we weren't going to let go. And quite frankly, it's not fun, it's not easy, but I took that oath to do that, and so did my brothers and sisters in law enforcement. Let's talk about the chokeholds. It incentivizes banning chokeholds, and this was pursuant to the 2017 law enforcement consensus policy with the Department of Justice. You will lose 25% of your grant funding if you don't ban them. And it makes a fine or prison term for a police officer to falsify his or her report. Body cameras. Body cameras give you one dimension. Body cameras help prosecute, exonerate, identify, and train And the Justice Act does this. And for those of you who don't know, some of you know, the most expensive part of a body camera program is not the purchase of the body cam, it's the data storage. The Justice Act adds data storage investment to those communities that use it. Body cameras are a valuable tool, and they give you an opportunity to put forth transparency. I was in the first department that used body cameras in the state of Minnesota. The law enforcement records retention, that's similar. The justice for victims of lynching, we're on board with that, we get that. The de-escalation and mental health training is critically important. I brought de-escalation and mental health training to our department, and that's the best practices. You know, when I first started, it used to be cuff and stuff them. Now with mental health patients, there's time. Time is on our side, and you can do it in a way, and you can bring professionals into training. This is what the best practices are. And I just want to talk about community policing. I want you to know what my philosophy of community policing is. Community policing is you don't police your community, you police with your community. You build trust amongst the community members that you serve. They help identify the priorities that they believe are necessary. And it takes work, but community policing, President Bill Clinton was a phenomenal president on community policing. He invested in community policing across this nation, and I entered the police world under that concept. In 8 years under the Obama-Biden administration, not one additional dollar went to community policing. Also under the Trump administration, not one additional dollar goes to community policing. Under the Justice Act, there's $2 billion that go into community policing over 5 years. It is the way to police your communities and build that trust and rapport. And you will see many of the things that we see across the nation be reduced in time when you bring community policing to the forefront. I did that in my hometown, and it was successful. Now, I think that everybody on this call understands that our nation and our communities are calling for this change. I will say this, and many of you know this. If you don't, I want to share this with you. The gold standard in policing is voluntary compliance. And you can do that bringing best practices in all areas, from hiring. When we hire police officers, it's not just a written test anymore. It's a psychological exam to make sure that they fit your police department and the culture of your community. When you hire those officers that reflect that diverse communities that you serve. I just want to end with this. I know we all want the same. The goal is to make policing better, and the Justice Act does just that. There are professional organizations that support the Justice Act, and there are others that are remaining neutral at this point. But the Justice Act, I know, will pass the House and the Senate, and we can have it to President Biden's desk in short order to be enacted. It is a good piece of legislation, and thank you for giving me the time to express my opinion and put forth the Justice Act. Thank you very much.
Ms. Lesko.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you for having me. It's good to see members of the Rules Committee again. Although, you know, I have to repeat that it is good to see you, but I don't miss all of the hours that you guys are spending in the Rules Committee. So I'll get to it because you've had a long day. Over the last year, well, first of all, I'm talking about amendment number 3. Amendment number 3. Over the last year, we have seen an alarming shift in support for our law enforcement officers. Around the country and right here in the U.S. House of Representatives, we have heard concerning calls to defund the police. Defunding the police is dangerous and puts our communities at risk. My amendment seeks to push back on these calls to defund the police by taking away COPS grant funding for state or units of local government that defund, disband, or dismantle their law enforcement agencies. The Community-Oriented Policing Services Office, or COPS office, is the department within the Justice Department responsible for advancing the practice of community policing by state, local, territorial, and tribal law enforcement. This department awards grants to hire community policing professionals, develop and test innovative policing strategies, and provide training and technical assistance to community members, local government leaders, and all levels of law enforcement. Since 1994, the COPS office has invested more than $14 billion to help advance community policing. If local communities are no longer supporting their local police, they should not be eligible to receive these COPS funds. My amendment amends the bill and makes states, cities, or other localities who defund, disband, or dismantle their local law enforcement agencies ineligible to receive critical federal dollars from the COPS grant program. We cannot reward localities that do not support their police. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Lesko. We've been at this for 4.5 hours, trying to expedite this. So I'm just going to call on generally, does any Republican member of the committee have questions?
I have one quick question, Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Cole.
Thank you very much. Just to my good friend, Mr. Stauber. Thank you for your work, by the way, on the Justice Act. Has there been any serious effort to negotiate your bill and HR 1280 to see if we could come to common ground?
Ranking Member Cole, unfortunately, as Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee didn't even know that I had dropped it, and we were presenting it, to the entire conference, and so I think that now we have the opportunity to do so.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I think that expresses my concerns here. We've missed an opportunity to work together because I think there is common ground, and hopefully somewhere along the process that'll happen. And I certainly hope that your amendment is made in order and we have a chance to have a vote on that on the floor. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Do any Democratic members of the committee have questions?
I just had a comment, Madam Chair. Just quickly, Mr. Stauber, I appreciated your testimony and the efforts you've made on your amendment. I'm not sure where we're going to be in terms of allowing your amendment today, but I do think that there are pieces that as we proceed will ultimately be accepted in the process, as Mr. Cole said. And although I don't like her amendment at all, I do like Ms. Lesko, and I just wanted to say hello.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I like
Does
you
any
too.
other member of the committee have a question? Seeing none, I would like to thank our witnesses for their testimony. You are now excused. Are there any other members who wish to testify on HR 1280? Seeing none, this closes the hearing on the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. I want to welcome our next panel to provide additional testimony on HR 1 for the People Act. Representatives Comer, Spartz, Brothman, and Burgess Armstrong, thank you for providing testimony today. Any written materials you submit to rules documents at mail.house.gov before the conclusion of this hearing will, without objection, be entered into the record. I now recognize the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank the Rules Committee. I've been listening all day, so I know you've been here a long time, and I'll get straight to the point. Under HR 1's newly revised requirements, Democrats have conveniently exempted the Biden administration from following ethics rules they wanted the Trump administration to follow in the last Congress in the version of this bill. The Biden administration officials should be subjected to the same ethical standards that the Trump administration was subjected to. This is blatant and raw political bias. When the Democrats introduced H.R. 1 in the 116th Congress, the bill included the following provisions. Provisions requiring the disclosure to Congress of ethics waivers previously granted to executive branch officials, provisions requiring presidential transition team members to disclose positions they held outside the federal government for the previous year, including paid and unpaid positions, and 3, a provision barring presidential transition team members from working on transition activities if that individual does not disclose information required in the transition ethics plan. So my amendment simply puts those same provisions back into the bill. The only explanation for why the Democrats in the 117th Congress removed these ethics provisions from their newly reintroduced version of H.R. 1 would be pure political partisanship. These ethics provisions were perfectly viable when this legislative package passed the House in 2019 in the last Congress. So what's changed? The administration has changed. If Democrats are sincere in their desire for ethics reform, they will accept this amendment and put the provisions that were deleted from the previous bill back in. If these ethics rules make sense, then they should apply to all administrations regardless of political party. A bill that so obviously exempts only one political party from ethics rule is itself unethical. I urge members to support this straightforward amendment, and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Mrs. Sparks.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I want to make sure that I want to talk a little bit about my amendment to HR 1. I wanted to explain a little bit why I brought this amendment. I, as a former auditor, spent over a decade in public accounting. Also someone who worked on the ground for the as a precinct committee woman and organized election, and someone who became a state senator, work on improving our election processes in Indiana. I was happy to see there are a lot of parts of this bill that I'm not going to be debating, and I have a very different opinion. But I was very happy to see a risk limit in audits as part of this bill, because both sides believe that elections have to be transparent, and both sides believe that people have to trust the results of election, and it's important that we have proper procedures, make sure that the results are materially accurate, and proper procedure make sure that we can deter fraud. And I look at all of the states and was surprised to see that only 4 states had risk limit in audits, and which really, when you audit large population, you cannot do 100% of auditing, right? You have to do some sampling procedures. You have to move to that level to provide some assurance. And I was surprised to see that few of them had that. So I legislated some of the pilots for the state of Indiana, and also looking at the broader scope. How can we address all of the assertions, right? Because you want to make sure that you don't only address accuracy, but also address existence, you address completeness, and we also start looking at procedural audits, because you cannot just look at the balance sheet at the end of the year, right? You look, when you audit the company, you audit any processes, you have to make sure that processes, the input data is correct, that you have an accurate information on the books, and you're able to have a full risk-based approach where the risks are to be able to provide some procedures before audit, during audit, and after the audit. So I thought that would be something great to add to this bill, also procedural audits, and we've been working on them in Indiana. Some other states have it in one shape or form, but unfortunately very few states have in the form that it needs to be. So That's what this bill is dealing with, and I would appreciate your support with this amendment and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Grossman.
There, you can hear me? The amendment that I have, and I know you guys have listened to millions of amendments. I've never been a big fan of absentee voting. When you have absentee voting, you do not know if that person is being coached. And quite frankly, some of you don't even know that was the person that filled out the ballot. And therefore, I really don't like the idea that in some states you can have a permanent absentee situation. The ballot can be delivered to a house where that person is not even there, hasn't lived there for a year. And in any event, when it becomes the norm, they can be coached by their boyfriend, girlfriend. They can be coached by, the aggressive person on the dorm floor or whatever. So the purpose of this amendment is to say every year for federal elections, you have to reapply for that absentee status. Okay, so if I apply 5 years ago, I don't just keep getting it forever. There should be some effort in getting an absentee ballot. There was a time in Wisconsin, I fought it at that time, we needed a reason to vote absentee, and I wouldn't mind that either. Where you have to say I'm out of town on business or what have you, or I'm ill or whatever. But I think the idea that you can sign up for absentee permanently, we don't know whether you're still competent, we don't know who's filling it out, is just a bad thing. I think years ago, I think there was a commission, even Jimmy Carter was on it, I believe, and he wasn't thrilled with these absentee ballots for that reason. So that's what my amendment does. You got to fill out, every year your new application, or for every federal election. I'll put it that way. For every federal election, you have to fill out a new application. You don't have to fill out a new application for the primary and the general, but you got to fill out a new one every year. It doesn't count for military or for people on assisted living, because we assume they've got a good reason to be absentee. Is that it?
Thank you. I wasn't sure if you had finished. If you are finished, I will move on to the next member.
Oh, I thought you were going to give me all sorts of questions. Well, that's okay.
Not yet. Give me a minute. Mr. Burgess.
Great, thank you. I have a couple of amendments. Amendment number 9, which is disclosure of tax returns by the Speaker of the House. This requires the Speaker of the House 15 days after being elected a Speaker to submit a copy of individual income tax returns for the past 10 years to the Federal Election Commission. Individuals running for president have set a precedent for releasing their tax returns in support of their candidacy. Once elected Speaker of the House, the individual serving in this role becomes second in line for the presidency and would take office without going through a presidential election should the need arise. Yet most of the speakers of the House have not disclosed their income tax returns. All elected officials serve the public, and our financing is their business while we seek and remain in office. If this is the standard we are requiring of our president and vice president or candidates for those offices, then the Speaker of the House, as a second in line for the presidency, should be subject to those same requirements. And I know immediately comes to mind, well, what about just all members of Congress? So I'm covering that as well. Amendment number 10 amends the Ethics in Government Act to require members of Congress or candidates for Congress or senator or representative or delegate or resident commissioner to submit federal income tax returns in place of the financial disclosure report. Members of and candidates for Congress are required to submit financial disclosure reports when they file to run or each year while they're in office. These reports, coupled with filing yearly income tax returns, create burdensome requirements. Seeking similar information rather than duplicate the effort, members and candidates should be required to submit their tax returns in place of the current financial disclosure report. Elected officials serve the public, and our financing is their business while we seek and remain in office. Amendment number 26. This amendment would strike section 1403 of HR 1. Section 1403 of HR 1 would restore the voting rights of convicted felons who are no longer serving their sentence in prison, even if those sentences are not completed. According to the National Conference of State Legislatures, 30 states currently require those convicted to fully serve their sentences before their voting rights can be restored. My home state of Texas restores suffrage to felons automatically upon completion of their sentence. While there are valid points of view on both sides of this issue, this decision should be left up to the states to decide. So I would urge people to vote in favor of this amendment. Amendment number 27 strikes section 1601 of HR 1. This section requires states to count all provisional ballots and would replace state-defined policies and procedures in favor of federal standards and mandates. Provisional ballots were made mandatory under the Help America Vote Act of 2002, and states were given the freedom necessary to make this system work on the ground in their states. Not all states or election precincts are identical, and it is important to give states the needed flexibility to create policies that work. Section 1601 would revoke the flexibility created in the Help America Vote Act and make the system much more difficult for those who administer on the ground. So I would urge people to vote in favor of that amendment, or urge the committee to make it in order. Amendment number 28 to HR 1. This amendment would require a report on voter data collection efforts at the local, state, and federal levels, the resources necessary to defend such efforts from cyber attacks, and the impact of potential data breaches on local, state, and federal online voter registration systems. HR 1 includes the Voter Registration Modernization Act, which requires the expansion of online voter registration. Online voter registration can be a convenient option, but does pose challenges with new resource requirements and, in fact, cyber risks. Data breaches pose a real threat to Americans' privacy and their financial security, and this policy could make Americans less secure if a voter's personally identifiable information is not handled correctly. Americans deserve to know how this mandate will impact their local voting systems and their personal privacy. Amendment number 29 to HR 1. This amendment would require the Attorney General of the United States to submit a report to Congress on the impact of widespread mail-in voting on the ability of active duty military service members to vote, how quickly their votes could be counted, and whether high volumes of mail-in votes makes it harder for such individuals to vote in federal elections. America's active duty military servicemen and women are often far from home on election day and rely on mail-in voting to be counted. Many states have rapidly expanded mail-in voting to address concerns about the coronavirus. And now we can look back at the impact that these policies have had on those who have historically relied on this system to vote. America's service members, of course, put their lives on the line to protect us and everything our country stands for. Their voices must be heard in our elections, and we must study how the expansion of mail-in voting affects those who protect that right to vote. And I urge a yes, I urge the amendment be made in order and a yes vote on the amendment. And I will stand by for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the opportunity to address you on HR 1. And the reason I do is because I think a lot of times there's a serious lack of understanding in DC about how we work and live in North Dakota. And that may explain why so often proposals from Congress not only ignore that, but they also sometimes are hostile to it. That is why North Dakotans believe that the most effective form of government is one closest to its constituents. And this is important, particularly in HR 1's case, and it is unique to North Dakota. It doesn't have to be unique to North Dakota. You could all join the party, but HR 1 not only forces North Dakota to abandon the way it conducts its elections, but in our case, it's going to make it harder for us to vote because North Dakota is the only state in the country without voter registration. It has been that way in North Dakota since 1951. To vote in North Dakota, you must simply be a legal resident at least 30 days prior to the election. HR 1 tells my constituents that their key election law, which they have kept in place for over 70 years, must go. The bill requires automatic same-day voter registration, which would also preempt my state's 30-day residency requirement. My amendment just simply provides an exemption from HR 1's voter registration requirements for any state that does not currently and continuously thereafter utilize voter registration. This would allow North Dakota to continue its 70-year tradition of not employing voter registration, which eases voters' access. In fact, the amendment follows current law. The amendment provides the same exemption as is provided in the National Voter Registration Act of 1993. In 1993, Congress recognized the wisdom of providing an exemption from voter registration requirements for any state that does not utilize voter registration. And one final note, this amendment would also be inserted on page 266 of the bill text. That is right below a subsection that states nothing in this title shall be construed to prohibit a state from enacting a law that provides for greater opportunities to register, to vote, and to vote. Yes, that is what my amendment would do. Ensure greater opportunities for North Dakotans to allow them to keep the same law in place. And I want to be clear, this is not a North Dakota specific law. The only reason it's specific is because North Dakota is the only state that doesn't have voter registration. We are not reinventing the wheel. We are just asking for the same exemption that existed in 1993. It made sense then. It doesn't affect anybody else on this call in either party in our body right now except my state. And it's important because we have spent 25 years developing law based on the rural nature and how we do things. There are things in this bill that require being close to public transportation or within walking distance of a polling place. I have rural counties that have 700 people. Requiring you to request vote by mail by phone is not practical. We have developed these programs. We have 42 of our 53 counties have vote by mail. We have counties that are exclusively vote by mail. But I want to fundamentally just make sure I readdress the fact that in our particular instance, in our particular state, there's a very easy fix because we've done it before. And I also want to be clear on this. In anybody's attempt to make it easier to vote in other areas in the country, real or perceived, the effect of HR 1 is going to make it that it is harder to vote in North Dakota. I don't think that's anybody's intent, but that is absolutely what's going to happen. So as simply as I can say this, just please give us the same exemption that existed in 1993. If we ever require voter registration, we'll be under it. And this becomes law, we'll be under the same place everywhere else. We like how we do things. We like we're that quirky little state in the middle of North America. Please don't take that away from us because we have the easiest ballot access of any state in the country. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. I agree with what you are trying to do here and look forward to continuing to work with you to develop this amendment. Ms. Lesko, I apologize for skipping you. I did not know that you were testifying on multiple amendments. You are recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am talking about Amendment 118 to HR 1. I'm here today to offer this amendment to remove Section 4208 from HR 1. Section 4208 is a dangerous provision of this bill that will put people's private information on display and put their personal security at risk. This section aims to forbid anonymous speech. Throughout American history, anonymous speech about political matters has played a vital role. From the Federalist Papers to those who supported the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 1960s, many in history had very legitimate fears of having their identities uncovered and relied on anonymous speech to show their support for certain policies and initiatives. Section 4208 removes the protection of anonymous speech forever. By requiring public reporting of the private and personal information of individuals, partnerships, committees, associations, and any group of persons who spend $500 or more on political advertising, including a very broad definition of political advertising to include a national legislative issue of public importance, which is just about everything. Notably, the courts have already begun to warn against the constitutionality of similar provisions in state laws. We cannot allow this provision to stand. We must stand up for the freedom of speech. If we allow this private and personal information to be given out to the world, not only will it cause a security problem for these individuals, but as we've seen over and over again, people could lose their jobs, they could be criticized, shamed, and it goes on. So that's why I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Lesko. Do any Republican members of the committee have any questions?
Just quickly, one quick question, Madam.
You're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just want to urge that all these amendments be made in order since the bill was never marked up and obviously nobody had a chance to present these amendments. And I also would just note for the record, I, for one, do not want to be responsible for upsetting the tranquility of all of North Dakota. So I would hope that we could all agree on a bipartisan basis to leave the peace of North Dakota intact and allow that to be considered on the floor. With that, I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Do any Democratic members of the committee have any questions? Seeing none, I would like to thank our witnesses for their testimony. You are now excused. I want to welcome our next panel, Representatives Bordeaux, Westerman, Davis, and Smucker. Thank you for providing testimony today. Any written materials you submit to rules documents at mail.house.gov before the conclusion of this hearing will, without objection, be entered into the record. I now recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Bordeaux.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, Ranking Member Cole, and the committee for the opportunity to testify on behalf of my amendment, number 89. I would like to also thank Chairwoman Lofgren, as well as Representative Sarbanes, for their leadership and dedication to H.R. 1. The For the People Act is the product of several members of this body and is designed to fight corruption and deliver free and fair elections. Right now, we are seeing across the country an effort to really codify voter suppression tactics, many of which disproportionately and negatively affect minority voters. Before the Georgia State Legislature, as we speak, are several bills that are under consideration to do just that. These bills would restrict early voter registration, access to absentee ballots, impose voter ID requirements on absentee ballots, ban or severely restrict access to ballot drop boxes, just to name a few items. H.R. 1 will address many of these issues, and the amendment offered by myself, by Representative McBath, and Representative Williams would further combat these efforts and assure that our country is equipped to carry out elections in a safe and transparent manner, even during the most challenging of circumstances. My amendment has several parts that responds to threats to voting posed by the Georgia legislature. First, this amendment protects the ability of third parties to provide applications for absentee ballots. Currently, the Georgia General Assembly is attempting to ban or seriously restrict third parties from distributing absentee ballot applications. During the 2020 election, campaigns, political parties, both Democratic and Republican, as well as nonprofit organizations sent out absentee ballot applications. And this was an important part of voter education, and these applications were heavily used by voters on both sides to vote. It's important to point out that over 400,000 Republicans voted for President Trump in Georgia and voted by absentee ballot. While in this election, the Democrats used absentee ballots more than Republicans, in the past, Republicans have used absentee ballots frequently in Georgia, and indeed originally proposed and passed the no excuse absentee ballot laws in 2005. The heavy use by Democrats in this election was likely affected by Democrats having more concerns about public safety issues around COVID, and by President Trump really sowing misinformation about absentee ballots as much as anything else. But now in Georgia and around the country, many have decided that absentee ballots are going to cause them to lose elections, and so have decided to significantly restrict their use. This amendment simply ensures that voter education, which includes sending out applications, can occur and be facilitated by third parties. The second part of this amendment ensures that when election officials wish to provide unsolicited voter registration applications, they are not hindered in doing so by the state. This provision anticipates efforts to restrict voter registration and simply continues to make sure that election officials can provide unsolicited registration forms to register and engage new voters. The next part of this amendment addresses the issue of drop boxes. Notably, the Georgia General Assembly is attempting to curtail the use of drop boxes for the receipt of absentee ballots. Again, a bill is currently being considered by the Georgia House as we speak that would only allow drop boxes inside county elections offices or at early vote locations, significantly reducing their geographic availability, the hours available, as well as ease of use. Other bills would eliminate drop boxes altogether. While you might argue that the post office delivery should suffice, during the November 3rd election, and again during the Senate runoffs in Georgia, we had serious problems with the U.S. Postal Service. I myself, when I ordered my absentee ballot before the November 3rd election and again before the Senate runoffs, it took between 10 to 14 days for the ballot to reach me, not because of processing problems at the county, but because of the significant lag between the time the county processed the ballot request and the time it took for the Postal Service to get the ballot to me. We are seeing all sorts of concerning problems with on-time delivery across the country. And according to the USPS data reported at the end of December, the agency had an on-time delivery rate of 38% for non-local mail. As a result, drop boxes are a very important tool for ensuring that absentee ballot voting goes smoothly. They have also helped protect public safety during COVID by allowing easy voting without having to be in close quarters with other people. Given the efforts to eliminate or severely reduce access to drop boxes, I'm pleased that this bill puts in place guidelines for the number of drop boxes for each county, as well as the hours that they need to be available. My amendment is, in addition to this, requiring that the number of drop boxes and the geographic distribution of drop boxes provides a reasonable opportunity for voters to submit their ballot in a timely manner. As we know, counties come in many shapes and sizes. Some are geographically large, creating challenging travel times. In my district, the problem is serious traffic that makes it difficult to get across the county. We want to make sure that drop boxes are easily accessible throughout a county, and that this is a key criteria for drop boxes. Finally, my amendment permits remote electronic surveillance to ensure the security of drop boxes. In Georgia, during the November election, all drop boxes were under video surveillance, and this happens in many other states as well. I respectfully request your support for amendment number 89 and thank my Georgia colleagues, Representative Williams and Representative McBath, in supporting this amendment. I yield back.
Ms. Bordeaux, thank you, and thank you for your patience. I will now recognize Mr. Westerman.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ranking Member, for allowing me to come before you and present this amendment. My amendment would change language in the Help America Vote Act of 2002 in Title IX. And Madam Chair, after this previous election, the one thing that I've heard loud and clear from my constituents and from others across the country is that we need to ensure that we've got integrity and transparency in our election process. And that's exactly what my amendment is aimed to do. It's designed to help states conduct federal elections with integrity and transparency without infringing on states' rights to conduct their own election. I believe constitutionally it's the state's responsibility to conduct and carry out their elections, and I don't want to in any way dictate to states how they should do that, but I think it's good to create standards, and that's exactly what the Help America Vote Act of 2002 did. It was a resource for states to be able to design their election process and to ensure that there was transparency in it. Specifically, what my amendment would do would be to require states to conduct post-election audits and to attest to the accuracy and the security of their voter ID requirements, and also the maintenance of their voter registration list as outlined in the National Voter Registration Act of 1993. Also included in the best practices will be recommendations that the audit review boards are bipartisan, so that we can assure confidence and impartiality in their findings, and that the audit be completed within 30 days following an election so that the results are released to the public before key certification dates. That's pretty much in a nutshell what my amendment would do. I would hope that the committee would consider it and make it in order, and that this would be, again, good for integrity and transparency, and more importantly, voter confidence across our country. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for having me back. I appreciate the opportunity to come back and talk about some of the amendments that that I highlighted a bit during my previous testimony. But these 5 amendments are amendments that are being offered by the Republicans on the Committee on House Administration, and they would correct some serious deficiencies in H.R. 1. These amendments would replace the current congressional findings to ensure that we are operating in a constitutional manner. It would remove the Sarbanes 6-to-1 matching program, which publicly funds congressional campaigns with laundered corporate dollars. It would create voluntary signature verification standards for states to study as they consider election reform. And it would ensure the Postal Service prioritizes election mail and mail voters are not unintentionally disenfranchised, and would ensure access for official congressional election observers operating under Congress's constitutional authority. I asked the Rules Committee to rule each of them in order. The first one is Amendment 104. This one I'd like to discuss, which would amend Section 3 and provide congressional findings consistent with the Constitution that states have a primary authority to establish election law and administer elections. Our Constitution limits Congress's authority to regulate elections in this country. According to Article 1, Section 4 of the Constitution, states have the primary role in establishing election law and administering our elections. H.R. 1 attempts to usurp states' constitutional role in order to centralize more and more power in Washington, and would establish a flawed one-size-fits-all approach to all elections in the diverse and complex states that make up our union. Rather than recognize and honor the broad diversity of our nation, H.R. 1 would prevent states from instituting policies that serve best the specific needs of their voters. Just like my colleague Kelly Armstrong mentioned about North Dakota's lack of voter registration, which allows any North Dakotan to cast their vote. Federal election legislation should never be the first step and must never impose burdensome unfunded mandates. First Amendment protects the rights of all Americans to state their political views and support the candidates, causes, and organizations of their choice without fear of retribution. We should adopt no legislation purporting to limit this core constitutional right. This amendment would replace all congressional findings to ensure that we are putting forward an accurate statement of our authority that respects our limited constitutional role. I ask that it be made in order. Next, I'd like to focus on Amendment 147, which would strike Section 5111, the small dollar financing of congressional election campaigns. This amendment would strike the Democrats' plan to launder corporate money through the Treasury in order to boost their own campaigns. Congress is never that popular, but I can't think of a less popular idea than directing public funds to politicians' campaigns. In fact, the Democrats want to make over $7 million of public funds available to each candidate running for U.S. House. Democrats could direct these additional dollars to help fight the pandemic, reopen schools, or rebuild the fund that supports women's shelters and rape crisis centers. But instead, the Democrats will direct those additional dollars instead to their own campaigns. Unbelievable. This is not something I can support, so I have submitted this amendment to strike this public financing program and request that this amendment be made in order. Next, I'd like to focus on Amendment 112, which would add the voluntary minimum standards for software, which directs the EAC to set voluntary minimum standards for signature verification software. Last fall, Committee on House Administration Republicans conducted on-the-ground fact-finding across the entire country, examining up close how the general election was conducted. And we trained over 70 House election observers. All in all, we had people in nearly 15 states from October through February. We found that in some cases, poll workers received little to no training, which raises concerns regarding the proper handling of signature verification, a process even more important when voters choose to vote by mail. Some states changed their signature verification or matching procedures in 2020. We don't believe in federal mandates, but for states that would like to improve their processes, we want to provide voluntary best practices. This amendment would direct the EAC to set voluntary minimum standards for signature matching in order to increase voter confidence in our election system. I ask that this amendment be made in order. Next, I'll highlight Amendment 113, which requires prioritization of election mail over all other types of mail. Millions of Americans voted by mail in 2020, many for the first time. There's nothing inherently wrong with voting by mail, but we need to ensure this process has the same level of safeguards as voting in person. Currently, federal law requires states to conduct regular voter list maintenance to ensure their voter registration databases are up to date. This is particularly important when a state decides to mail live ballots to every registrant on its voter registration list. If that list isn't maintained, it's likely ballots will be sent to old addresses, sometimes for people who have moved out of state. And in 2020, we witnessed this happening all across the country. Some states like California aren't complying with federal list maintenance law, and this needs to change. No one, even the former Secretary of State of California, who now is a member of the US Senate, is above the law. During any election, it's important for voter confidence that states provide certain results in a timely fashion. California, among other states, have extended ballot receipt deadlines, 17 days in California, due to their reliance on the postal system. This amendment would require the USPS to prioritize all election mail, and I ask that it be made in order. Finally, I'd like to highlight Amendment 108, which would guarantee in statute the constitutional access for official congressional election observers. Article 1, Section 5 of the Constitution gives each chamber of Congress the power to be the judge of the elections, returns, and qualifications of its own members. In order to exercise this power, both chambers send official election observers all across the country to see how the elections are conducted firsthand. This is one reason why we know, for example, that Congresswoman from Iowa 2, Dr. Marionette Miller-Meeks, is a legitimate member from that district, and why the contest against her should be dismissed. This broad constitutional authority allows Congress to send observers into all stages of the election process so that members may make an informed decision about the election's returns and qualifications of members-elect. In some cases, despite this broad constitutional authority, state authorities have blocked or interfered with observer access. This amendment would create legislation specifically describing how Congress exercises its authority under Article 1, Section 5, and would prohibit states and localities from refusing access to congressional observers. I ask that it be made in order. And Madam Chair, thank you again for allowing me to join you all. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Smucker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member Cole, for allowing me to testify before your committee today. I'm here to offer an amendment which would add provisions of the Voter Confidence Act, which is a bill I introduced earlier with Representative Lisa McClain. This amendment creates a bipartisan, bicameral election integrity commission to study the 2020 general election and provide recommendations to improve integrity in the process and ultimately to increase voters' confidence that their vote was counted accurately. Madam Chair, the COVID-19 pandemic created numerous obstacles for state governments to carry out the 2020 general election. And while some changes were warranted and necessary to comply and to meet social distancing guidelines, there was plenty of time to follow. There was plenty of time to follow the established legal process to make those changes. Yet in my home state in Pennsylvania, numerous changes were made by the state Secretary of State and the state Supreme Court that violated existing law. Those changes included the Pennsylvania Supreme Court extended the deadline for mail-in ballots to be received up to 3 days after the election. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court ordered that ballots without a postmark be accepted. Some counties were permitted to set up early voting centers. Similarly, courts allowed ballot drop boxes that were not secure or were not under video surveillance. This makes illegal vote harvesting easier for those wishing to do so. Signature authentication for mail-in ballots, elimination by the courts and by the Pennsylvania Department of State, remove one of the few safeguards against fraud, ensuring that any possible fraud could likely never be found. Removal of the signature requirement essentially eliminated the ability to question any mail-in ballot. Pennsylvania Department of State sent out official guidance to counties to cure mail-in ballots during the pre-canvass by providing information to individuals and political parties. This guidance is specifically illegal under the statute of law. No information may be released during the pre-canvass. Some counties then cured ballots while most others did not. This created a two-tiered election system in Pennsylvania and likely violated the Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution. Regardless of the outcome of the election, the ultimate effect of these changes was that a majority of voters in Pennsylvania do not have the confidence that their vote was counted accurately. Recently, a Muhlenberg College poll was conducted in January 2021, found that 51% of respondents lack confidence that the final results of the election accurately reflected how Pennsylvanians voted. And that result, by the way, was despite the fact that only 44% of the respondents identified themselves as Republican. And at the same time, 51% of respondents lack confidence that the elections in Pennsylvania were conducted in a fair way. Those are unacceptable results for a nation that stands as the beacon of freedom and democracy to the rest of the world. Ensuring voter confidence should be a bipartisan issue. Unfortunately, I think the majority's bill being considered today fails to meet that threshold. This bill overrules election processes that have been tailored for thousands of localities across the country by requiring same-day registration without integrity measures, by undermining voter ID at the polls and prohibiting it in absentee voting, by mandating that states allow ballot harvesting, and by permanently locking in nationwide no-excuse mail-in ballot voting while lengthening post-election uncertainty. The bill also reduces the integrity of the voter rolls by restricting states' ability to maintain its own records and ensure voter identity accuracy. Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, I should say, I fear that if this bill is signed into law, voters would have less confidence in the election's outcome, not more. That's why I believe a bipartisan and bicameral commission that will make recommendations for how states, not the federal government, can improve their system and can ensure that their system is the best way, conducted in the best way to ensure voter confidence and election integrity. So with that, I urge adoption of this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Sarbanes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Appreciate the opportunity to speak with the committee and to Ranking Member Cole and all the members of the committee in support of HR 1. You won't be surprised to hear that I favor the underlying bill. I think it will bring the kind of transformational democracy reform that the public has been telling us for years they want to see, and now we have that opportunity. I want to voice my support for the manager's amendment. I know Zoe Lofgren has worked with incredible dedication on HR 1 over the last 2 Congresses. I want to thank her for all of that good work, and I certainly support the technical changes and other changes that have been incorporated into the manager's amendment. I did otherwise just want to take a few minutes here and respond briefly to some of the things I heard this morning, because I think some of the testimony was inaccurate. First of all, it was suggested that somehow the contents of HR 1 were developed behind closed doors in secret think tanks across Washington, behind in sort of smoke-filled rooms or what have you. Couldn't be further from the truth. Every provision in this bill is based on having listened very carefully to constituents for many, many years now and documenting their grievances and then trying to develop reform that could address them, whether it's their complaint that they can't get to the ballot box in America without running an obstacle course, or whether it's concern about how ethics and accountability operates in Washington, wanting to make sure that voters pick their candidates and their members of Congress instead of the other way around. And that's what we can do by having independent redistricting commissions, protecting our elections against foreign interference and other attacks that can come on election infrastructure, and definitely pushing back against the influence that big money has had on our system, which has created deep cynicism in the country. So HR 1, the For the People Act, is a compilation of bills, proposals that have been developed over many years to address these concerns that people have. It's a direct expression of the change that people want to see in their democracy. And I should also add that many of the things, particularly a lot of the reforms that are proposed in Title I relating to setting these uniform standards and best practices when it comes to how registering and voting happens in America, came from the recommendations of bipartisan commissions. These are not controversial things. These are things that benefit Democrats, independents, Republicans, make it easier to register and get to the polls. Independent redistricting commissions. That's not controversial. That's supported broadly out there in the country. A disclosure of where this secret money is coming from that's been pouring into our politics over the last few years. Everybody just about in the country wants to see greater transparency when it comes to that. And lifting up the voices of everyday Americans so they can take charge of how campaigns are financed in America. So these are not controversial things. These are things broadly supported out there in the country, and we developed the legislation based on that input. Now, let me speak very briefly to the small donor matching system, because a lot's been thrown at that today. And I think it's a very, very important component of the reform that we put together here. This is a small donor matching system. It would bring a 6-to-1 match behind small donations for participating candidates. It would be a way that you could run for office, raise money, be competitive, and win without having to go hat in hand to wealthy interests or PACs or sort of the deep-pocketed political donor class. The American public is angry and cynical because they feel like big money calls the shots in Washington and determines the outcome on policy. And the reality is that's what happens when lawmakers are too dependent on that source of money. So the solution is to find another way to fund campaigns, to be dependent upon the people alone, as James Madison said. And that's the premise behind the small donor matching system. It would allow
members of Congress, candidates to be liberated from dependence on big money and turn instead and listen to the voices and lift up the priorities of everyday Americans out there. Secondly, there is plenty of evidence to suggest when you look at these systems that have been put in place across the country that you get better policy outcomes. The reason is that if you're not dependent on these wealthy sources of funding that have their own agenda, you can be more responsive to what the broad public wants to see. And then you start making policy that's designed for the broad public and not for a very few. So we get better policy outcomes on all of the things that matter to Americans, whether it's gun safety legislation or fair tax policy, dealing with the environment, et cetera, lowering prescription drug costs. This is the gateway to make sure that we do policy in a way that meets the broad priorities of the American people. Thirdly, there have been studies that show, it's not surprising, that when you have systems like this in place, and this is the hope for Congress as well, that it promotes more racial and gender and socioeconomic diversity in the candidate pool. Because right now, in order to run a successful campaign for Congress, which averages about $1.8 million every 2 years, if you don't know people with a lot of money or have a lot of money yourself, you can't get access. You can't be a viable candidate. But if you can collect small donations and earn matching funds and be competitive that way, then you can just be a person who wants to step up and represent your community. And we've seen in places like Maine and Arizona and Connecticut, New York City and other places, Montgomery County, Maryland, for example, that when you have these systems in place, you get a much more diverse candidate pool, which results in a much more diverse group that ends up representing people where laws are made. And it's more pluralistic because you get solid, ordinary citizens who can step forward and be competitive. The last thing, and I'll close with this, there's a lot of misunderstanding about the pay for that we designed for this matching system. In other words, for the funds that would match small donations. Mr. Davis keeps referring to this as some kind of corporate money laundering operation. Now that's a cute and catchy phrase, but it's far from the reality. What we did here is we said, when big corporate lawbreakers settle with the United States government, they're going to have to pay an extra surcharge, a tiny surcharge, less than 5%, on top of whatever that settlement amount is. And those dollars will go into something called the Freedom from Influence Fund. And that will be available to provide a match on small donations. So let's think about this for a minute. What we're saying is that those actors who violated the public trust, think of Facebook violating people's privacy and having to settle with the federal government. Think of Purdue Pharma fueling an opioid addiction crisis across the country and having to pay a settlement, or Volkswagen for violating safety rules, et cetera. Wells Fargo setting up dummy accounts to exploit and defraud their customers. When those settlements occur, a tiny surcharge gets applied, that goes into the fund, and that's what underwrites this system. If you think about it, what that does is, it means the people that have broken the public trust are going to have to underwrite a system that can restore the public trust. That's not money laundering. That's making sure that the people of this country have a voice when it comes to how campaigns are financed in America, and they're the ones that own the system. It's been designed very carefully based on what we've seen across the country, and we think it'll work well at the federal level. Again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be with you today. I certainly encourage all my colleagues to be supportive of HR 1. This is a real opportunity to provide access to people across the country to the ballot box and make sure their voice is at the center of our democracy. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ranking Member Cole and members of the Rules Committee.
for the opportunity to testify in support of Amendment number 61 to the For the People Act, a bill I proudly support. I ask that you make this amendment in order. Amendment 61 is about ensuring that H.R. 1 fulfills the promise of automatic voter registration by making registration truly accessible to every eligible voter. As organizations like Demos and the Sentencing Project have documented, more than 2/3 of the people in jails and many of the people in prisons are eligible to vote. Nevertheless, hundreds of thousands of these eligible voters, who are disproportionately Black and brown, have little or no opportunity to register to vote. As a result, they are effectively disenfranchised, denied access to a constitutional right they are legally entitled to exercise. What's more, most of the people in jails have not been convicted of any crime at all. Rather, they are being detained pre-trial. And the vast majority of people in jails who have been convicted of a crime were only convicted of a misdemeanor. My amendment ensures that every eligible voter can register, even those in settings of incarceration. It simply adds the state and federal agencies that administer jails, prisons, and other places of incarceration to H.R. 1's list of agencies responsible for offering automatic voter registration. That would mean that when an eligible voter is incarcerated, they would be given the opportunity to register as part of the intake process. Amendment number 61 helps H.R. 1 fulfill one of its fundamental principles. If you are eligible to vote, you should have an equal opportunity to register to vote. For these reasons, I ask that you make this amendment in order, and I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Now, does any Republican member of the committee have questions?
Madam Chair, just briefly, thank you. Would once again urge that all the amendments be made in order. I don't necessarily support all of them, but I think in the absence of a markup, it would be good to have as many amendments as possible so members could have the opportunity to consider the bill very fully. With that, yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Do any Democratic members of the committee have questions? Seeing none, I would like to thank our witnesses for their testimony. You are now excused. And without objection, I'd like to insert into the record statements from Representatives Langevin and Representative Jackson Lee. Are there any other members who wish to testify on H.R. 1? Seeing none, this closes the hearing on For the People Act. At this time, the chair will entertain a motion from the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Morale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee grant H.R. 1, the For the People Act of 2021, a structured rule. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on House Administration or their designees. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that the amendment printed in Part A of the Rules Committee report shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule provides that following debate, each further amendment printed in Part B of the Rules Committee report not earlier considered as part of amendments en bloc pursuant to Section 3 shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent, and an opponent may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. The rule provides that at any time after debate, the chair of the Committee on House Administration or her designee may offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part B of the Rules Committee report not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on House Administration or their designees, shall not be subject to amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. The rule waives all points of order against amendments printed in the Rules Committee report or amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of the resolution. The rule provides one motion to recommit. The rule provides for consideration of H.R. 1280, the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act of 2021 under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their designees. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that the bill shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill. The rule provides one motion to recommit. Finally, the rule provides that House Resolution 176 and House Res 177 are hereby adopted.
You've heard the motion from the gentleman from New York. Is there any amendment or discussion?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment.
The gentleman, Mr. Cole, is recognized.
Chair, I move to provide an open rule for HR 1 and HR 1280. As testimonies made clear, I know both these bills had hearings and markups in the last Congress, but neither of them have had a markup in this Congress. And in some ways, they're substantially different. In addition, we've had 62 new members from both sides of the aisle, none of whom have had opportunity to participate in this. 11 new members on the Judiciary Committee alone, I note. And just note for the record, Madam Chair, this is the smallest majority in 70 years. And so the idea of not moving forward in a bipartisan manner, I think is going to make it a very long 2 years. And so I would hope, again, having an open rule, provide input from both sides, help us to arrive consensus. I actually think, particularly on HR 1280, there's quote unquote a deal to be had there if we let the House work its will. So again, I would move for an open rule, Madam Chair.
We have heard the amendment from Mr. Cole. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, the vote on the gentleman's amendment. Mr. Cole, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Is there any
Chair,
other
on that, I would request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been asked for a recorded vote. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mr. Perlmutter,
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli,
Ellie is no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Dusonier,
No.
Mr. Dusonier, no. Ms. Ross, Ms. Ross, no. Mr. McGovern, Mr. Cole,
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess,
Aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler,
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Madam Chair,
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 7 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Is there any other amendment or
Madam
discussion?
Chair, I have another amendment.
Mr. Cole is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move to make an order amendment number 1 to HR 1280. That's the Justice Act that Mr. Stauber talked so fully and persuasively about. I asked unanimous consent to insert 3 letters in support of the Justice Act into the record, Madam Chair. One from the National Association of Police Organizations, one from the Sergeants Benevolent Association, and one from the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association.
Without objection.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think it's clear that the Stauber Justice Act is a very serious piece of legislation. I actually think it could form the basis of a bipartisan compromise. It not only improves transparency and accountability, it does a lot of the things I know my friends are trying to achieve on their side of the aisle as well. So Again, I think it'd be taken as a sign of good faith to at least give Mr. Stauber's amendment an opportunity to be discussed on the floor, debated and voted upon. With that, I would yield back or move the amendment.
You've heard the amendment from Mr. Cole. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, the vote is on the gentleman, Mr. Cole's amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Madam Chair, on that, I would request the yeas and nays.
The gentleman, Mr. Cole, has asked for a recorded vote. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mr. Perlmutter,
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli,
Morelli's no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Dusonier,
No.
Mr. Dusonier, no. Ms. Ross,
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. McGovern, Mr. Cole,
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess,
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler,
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach,
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Madam Chair,
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 7 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Is there any other amendment or discussion?
Madam Chair, I do have another amendment.
The gentleman, Mr. Cole, is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule to make an order amendment number 147 to HR 1 offered by Mr. Davis of Illinois. This amendment strikes section 5111, which creates the 6-to-1 match program of public funds to political candidates. Madam Chair, this is, we discussed at length, obviously hearing the number of concerns that our side has with the federal small donor matching program and it checks taxpayer dollars into congressional races, ironically, at a time when we all say there's too much money in campaigns. And every member of Congress is effectively writing themselves up to a $7.5 million campaign check. So I think money doesn't seem to be the problem, quite frankly, in campaigns these days. We just spent record sums of it in the last election. I don't think there was any candidate, any place in America in a remotely competitive race on either side of the aisle that was not pretty well funded. So the idea that we need to raid the federal treasury to find additional funds strikes me as a very dubious proposition. So with that, I would move that we make Mr. Davis's amendment in order and at least have an opportunity to go on record as to whether or not we think it's a wise idea to use taxpayer dollars for congressional and presidential campaigns.
You've heard the amendment from Mr. Cole. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, the vote on the gentleman's amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Madam Chair, on that, I'd request the yeas and nays.
The gentleman has asked for a recorded vote. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mr. Perlmutter,
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli,
Morelli's no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Dusonier,
No.
Mr. Dusonier, no. Ms. Ross,
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. McGovern, Mr. Cole,
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess,
Aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler,
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach,
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Madam Chair,
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 7 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Is there any other amendment or discussion?
Madam Chairman, I have an amendment. I'm sorry. Madam Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule to make an order amendment number 183 to HR 1 offered by Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania.
The gentleman, Mr.
Thanks. This amendment strikes section
Aye.
45. I'm sorry.
Mr.
I didn't hear that.
Reschenthaler, you are recognized, sir.
Okay, sorry, Madam Chair, I'm having some audio problems, so excuse me. Madam Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule to make an order amendment 183 to HR 1 offered by Mr. Kelly of Pennsylvania. This amendment strikes section 4501, which will allow the IRS to use political positions as criteria for determining whether to grant an organization tax exempt status. Madam Chair, one of the most unsettling provisions in this legislation is the repeal of the lowest learner rule following the IRS scandal that targeted conservative nonprofits, which ultimately resulted in a Department of Justice settlement. As recently as last December, this provision was renewed to ensure that the IRS cannot use political positions of an organization in determining whether it qualifies for tax exempt status. I'm not sure what has changed since Congress renewed this restriction just 2 months ago, and I remain concerned that they will again use the IRS to target conservatives. It's important that we continue to uphold freedom of speech protections for nonprofits. Therefore, I urge the adoption of my motion to ensure this amendment can have a full and fair debate on the House floor. Thank you, Madam Chair, and with that, I yield back.
We've heard the amendment from Mr. Reschenthaler. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, the votes on the gentleman's amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment
Madam
is
Chair,
not agreed to. Is there any other?
Madam Chair, I'd request a recorded vote, please.
The gentleman has asked for a recorded vote. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mr. Perlmutter,
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli,
Morelli's no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier,
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross,
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. McGovern, Mr. Cole,
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess,
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler,
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach,
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Madam Chair,
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 7 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Is there any other amendment or discussion?
Madam Chair, Michelle.
Woman, Ms. Fishbach is recognized. Sorry.
Thank you. No, that's why I waved, because I figure it's hard to tell when you're not. But Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule to make an order the amendment number 112 to HR 1 offered by Mr. Davis of Illinois. This amendment offers the voluntary minimum standards for software, which directs the EAC to set voluntary minimum standards for signature verification software. And Madam Chair, one of the biggest issues in the election last fall was on the issue of signature verification, with thousands of ballots being disqualified for mismatched signatures. This becomes an even bigger issue when the use of voting by mail and absentee ballots has significantly expanded. For that reason, the Election Assistant Commission should develop and share with states minimum standards which can ensure every vote can be counted. And I know we all share this goal of ensuring every vote being counted. And this is a simple amendment, helps to accomplish the goals setting voluntary minimum standards for voter signature verification. And for this reason, I urge the adoption of this motion.
We heard the amendment from Ms. Fishbach. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, the vote on the gentlewoman's amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Is there any other amendment? Or
Madam Chair, I request a recorded vote.
the gentlewoman has asked for a recorded vote. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mr. Perlmutter,
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli,
Morelli's no.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier,
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross,
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. McGovern, Mr. Cole,
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess,
Aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler,
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach,
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach? Aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair? No.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 7 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Is there any other amendment or discussion?
Chair, I have an amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized. Ms. Fishbach?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule to make an order the amendment number 73 and number 75 to HR 1 offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona. These amendments strike section 6002 and 6003 regarding the FEC from the bill. Madam Chair, currently the FEC operates under a bipartisan model as a 6-person committee consisting of 3 from each party. The Democratic majority's proposed departure from this and of the FEC and the creation of the free speech czar should raise serious alarms across the nation. Once again, nothing should be partisan regarding the freedom of speech, and our founding fathers so clearly agreed with this sentiment that by the adoption of the First Amendment. That's why Republicans have such grave concerns over the majority's decision to move away from this model, especially when it comes to elections. I urge adoption of this motion.
We have heard the amendment from Mrs. Fishbach. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, the vote on the gentlewoman's amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Is there any other amendment or discussion? The gentlewoman has asked for a recorded vote. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Hastings? Mr. Perlmutter?
No.
Mr. Perlmutter? No. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin? No. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon? No. Mr. Morelli?
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli? No. Mr. Dusonier?
No.
Mr. Dusonier? No. Ms. Ross?
No.
Ms. Ross? No. Mr. McGovern? Mr. Cole?
Aye.
Mr. Cole? Aye. Mr. Burgess?
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess? Aye. Mr. Reschenthaler?
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler? Aye. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach? Aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair? No.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 7 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Is there any other amendment or discussion?
Madam Chair.
The gentlewoman, Ms. Fishbach, is recognized.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule to make an order the amendment number 7 to HR 1280 offered by Mr. Zeldin of New York. This amendment creates a Bill of Rights for law enforcement and encourages states to adopt these measures, as well as create a minimum standard to protect a police officer's inherent right to self-defense and protection from harassment. Additionally, this amendment recognizes the bravery of law enforcement and encourages dialogue between law enforcement and their respective communities to improve public safety. Mr. Chairman, both sides of the aisle can agree on the need for transparency and accountability among our nation's law enforcement so they can best serve their communities. However, it is of the utmost importance Congress recognizes the real dangers and harm our law enforcement officers face and the bravery with which they act. This thoughtful amendment will go a long way in helping both sides of the aisle accomplish their goal of transparency, accountability, and fostering a healthy relationship between law enforcement and neighborhoods that they serve. For this reason, I urge the adoption of the motion.
We have heard the amendment from Ms. Fishbach. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, the vote is on the gentlewoman's amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Is there any other amendment or discussion at this time?
Recorded vote, Madam Chair.
The gentlewoman has asked for a recorded vote. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Hastings? Mr. Perlmutter?
No.
Mr. Perlmutter? No. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin? No. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon? No. Mr. Morelli?
Morelli's no.
Mr. Morelli? No. Mr. Dusonier?
No.
Mr. Dusonier? No. Ms. Ross?
No.
Ms. Ross? No. Mr. McGovern? Mr. Cole?
Aye.
Mr. Cole? Aye. Mr. Burgess?
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler,
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach,
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Madam Chair,
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 7 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Is there any other amendment or discussion? Is there any, hearing none, the question is now on the motion offered by the gentleman from New York. All of those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All of those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the
Madam
motion-
Chair, on that would request a recorded vote.
the gentleman has asked for a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mr. Perlmutter,
Aye.
Mr. Perlmutter, aye. Mr. Raskin,
Aye.
Mr. Raskin, aye. Ms. Scanlon,
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Morelli,
Morelli's aye.
Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. DeSaulnier,
Aye.
Mr. DeSaulnier, aye. Ms. Ross,
Aye.
Ms. Ross, aye. Mr. McGovern, Mr. Cole,
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Burgess,
No.
Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Reschenthaler,
No.
Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mrs. Fishbach,
No.
Mrs. Fishbach, no. Madam Chair,
Aye.
Madam Chair, aye.
The clerk will report the total.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. According to Mr. Morelli, will manage for the majority,
And I will manage for the Republicans, Madam Chair.
and Mr. Cole will manage for the minority. Without objection, the committee is adjourned. Oh, no.
Excellent job, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.